Good evening. Tonight, we're going to be continuing the story in Stormblood's postgame. And the aim is to beat 4.4, which I believe includes the burn. Not entirely sure on that one. But I do know that 4.3 and 4.4 are like weirdly short. So, unless it's because there's an enormous amount of cutscenes, we might be able to do more than 4.3 and 4.4. Either way, that is our target tonight. And tonight, we're doing something different with the pinned message from me in the chat. Instead, I'm going to leave it as a conversation starter, you could say. If there's something you're not sure what you want to talk about, what you would like to talk with me about, I have posed a question for you. So if there's a particular job you find particularly difficult, I would love to hear about it. This is not a let's all judge about it. You could say that the easiest job in the game is difficult for you. And the interesting thing about it for me is that each person finds different things difficult for different reasons. Did we never send Kai on a venture? I guess we didn't. Oops. Did we get distracted by something? She's level 31. Gear. New spear. New hat. New chest. Not new gloves. There we are. However, the gear that she gave me back we will not need for any reason. At least not for a long time. Guess we can put that there. Right, send her on a venture. Oh. She's not strong enough for this? Average item level 20. What's your item level? 19. Ooh. There's not much we can do about that without handing her gear that I'm using. I guess we will just send her on the previous venture again for now. That should put her up to a level where we can give her some more gear. I'm pretty sure that the primary reason why she's so far behind on item level that this becomes a problem is that she has no accessories. Because I have them. But we will have to look into that later. Main quest. Don't think we have anything else that we need to get done. So let's just go right to it. It's fastest to go to the Doman Enclave regardless. It is in the Doman Enclave. Well, that makes it a little bit easier. It's weird how it just points to the entrance to the Doman Enclave even though the Doman Enclave has an Aetheryte. I wonder if there was a very early period in Stormblood where you had to visit the Doman Enclave very regularly but there was no Aetheryte. I know that we visit the Enclave before the Aetheryte is there originally, but still. Lord Ian is expecting you. May I show you in? Yes. There he is. Ian himself. Ah, I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there was one other matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Caetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather the worse for wear, and despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. Good gods, is he alright? Confined to bed and grumbling without cease, but he has shown signs of recovery. He made me promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly, which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are, however, I think it might be I think it high time he received some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? Yotsuyu has scarce left his side, and I imagine you are curious to see what has become of her as well. We will visit him at once. Kaitsu, Alisaie, shall we? And thus we did.
Open wide now.
Pleased to you. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself. I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
A persimmon?
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... a gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
Take off your clothes.
Caetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
My lady, I assure you this is not.
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink. What are all these scars? There are so many of them.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man. Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
But leave me be, woman! I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
How strange a shift back and forth between voiced and not voiced. Like, this is unusual, I feel like, but maybe it isn't. They make a convincing pair, do they not? On first acquaintance, I would think him a doting grandsire and her a model grandchild. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene, I would have declared them mad. That aside, I am relieved to see Caetsu had lost none of his spirit. But what a turn of events! I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him, you couldn't make it up. Though I suppose Caetsu is an old man. With the way he charges through life, it can be easy to forget. Aye, he has resisted decrepitude with the same defiance he showed the enemies of Doma. But no matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains, he will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given his liege He has given his all for Legion land, and we will ask no more. And what of his nurse? If Yotsuyu is feigning that, well, she certainly has me fooled. Ah yes, the unknown person from off-screen. This is no pretense. Yugiri, out of all of us, I would think you the hardest to convince. So, what makes you so sure? I have been spying on Yotsuyu from the shadows, waiting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it was. But her mask has never slipped, not once. She has remained in character from the first. One evening, I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and was pretending to prepare dinner right there on the tatami. A child's game. Even the wariest shinobi would not go to such lengths. I can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me, and everyone else, I would hazard. Aye, the matter's settled. Yotsuyu will become Tsuyu, and begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time, to prove that her memory is truly gone. But I would not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange would only stir up mutinous thoughts. Understandably, she as good as fastened the chains around their necks. Aye, which is why I mean to conclude this business with Tsuyu first, out of the sight of my countrymen. Will you help me? We are at your service. There's no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The Guardians are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We will meet you at the docks with Tsuyu. Don't mind me, I'm just flying my airplane through the city. Shall we wait here then? Lord Yin should not be long. My friends, have you seen Tsuyu? She's nowhere to be found. What? But the Guardians will be landing in a matter of moments. If she's fled, could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yugiri is scurrying the streets as we speak, but it is possible Tsuyu has left the Enclave altogether. How? She'd need a boat. Captain, a word. Did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? A fair-skinned woman, my lord? I do not rightly know. I think... Yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers whom I do not recall having seen before. Her face was hidden by the brim of her hat, but I remember taking her hand to help her onto the boat. White as new-fallen snow it was. Was she someone important, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Wrong? No. I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. It would seem that Tsuyu has crossed the river. Kami, help me. No good can come of this. Caster gear, I suppose. That'll work. However, we can keep it in the box for now. Like so much other stuff we had. Don't worry about it. It seems Tsuyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami help us if someone catches a clear view of her face. I must find her before that happens. The responsibility for her disappearance, for all of this, lies with me, but I would ask for your aid nonetheless. We are at your service, Lord Ian, now as before. Let us make the crossing and begin our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yugiri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. We have no way of knowing where Tsuyu is headed, so we had best divide our forces. I will take Kusakari and its surroundings. Alphino, if you would take the road to Castrum Fluminis. Kaetsu, forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yuzuka Manor? One of the Namatsu may well have seen our quarry. If everyone is in agreement, let us board the skiff and hope the kami smile upon our efforts. Oh boy. Now, if only one of the Namatsu will speak clearly to me. Do not try to mess with me, like those fish guys tend to do. Welcome to Yuzuka Manor. Yes, yes. If there is anything you care to know, you need only, a pale-skinned woman. I have seen no such traveler, I am sorry to say. Most sorry, scaly-skinned Namatsu, on the other hand, we have in abundance. Alright. Anyone else? Gyoko? Unusually pale skin. Yes, yes, I saw this woman on the way back from my fishing trip. Ironic. She had just crossed the shallows east of here and was headed in a northeasterly direction. For the most part. Her steps did not seem certain. If you hurry, you might still catch her. Oh boy. It's a roundabout enough path to take the land that it might be easier to just swim over here. Up on that little cliff. Or a little rock even. You see no sign of Yatsuyu to the north. Perhaps she is somewhere farther off to the northeast. This is going to be a little awkward. Let me see if I can find a way up on this. Think this should work? Still no sign of Yatsuyu. Perhaps she is yet farther to the northeast. Or maybe the fishman didn't say the truth. Or maybe he didn't see it right. Or maybe he lied. Yatsuyu is nowhere to be seen, but lying on the ground a short distance to the north, you spy a familiar-looking, wide-brimmed hat. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. A cursory glance is all that is required to confirm your suspicions. It is the same hat Yotsuyu was wearing when you found her in Sakasuki. Well, then we know she's here. Caetsu, before you ask, our search of Kusakari and its surroundings has yielded exactly naught, save this chance reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alice has gone to assist her brother at the Castrum. It was she who informed me of the situation. I joined Lord Hien here shortly thereafter. How did you fare at the Yuzuka Manor? Any sign of our missing guest? Sort of. We found the hat. Towards Namai? By the Kami! If the villagers recognize her, it will not end well. We must hurry. Yukiri and I will check the paddies. The village square is yours. Oh no. Oh, another cutscene. Fair enough.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
What did I do?
As if you don't know!
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
I too was surprised to learn of her survival. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the Kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsuyu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies, my lord! She would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're sorry? And what? We're supposed to forgive you?
Here, there's no need to cry. Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu and treated as a citizen of Doma. I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands and suffer her to live, for now.
Please, Issei.
All right. I'll keep my peace. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
Hey Vicels, welcome to the stream. You say, Stormblood unironically your favorite expansion, and you think it's underrated. I think it's underrated too. I feel like most of the time I hear people talk about it, it's to the effect that people aren't saying that it's not that they're saying whether it's good or bad necessarily, but it's more like they're saying that Stormblood is... Well, actually, the way that people tend to compare Stormblood to the other expansions tends to make it sound like they're saying that Stormblood is bad in comparison to the other expansions. But I know that a lot of players disagree with that Stormblood is actually really good. Having played through most of it now again, I would say that I also think that it's really good. It also treats with a lot of aspects that the other expansions don't. I suppose particularly and especially through Hien in a lot of ways. That doesn't... I think that I would rank both Endwalker and Shadowbringers above it, but I still think that Stormblood is really good. Oh yeah, we don't hear very much from Lord Hien's voice actor anymore. When is the final cutscene that we hear him speak these days? Does he speak at all in Endwalker and Shadowbringers? That would have been a bit avoided, but at least it did not end in bloodshed, and judging by Tsuyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Well, not exactly, because she just admitted to knowing something, like that she's seeing flashbacks, which means that her memory is coming back. Nay, it seems it was an offhand request of Gosetsu's which brought her to Namai. She came in search of a persimmon. Ha! And they say fruit is good for the health. I do hope Gosetsu finds the taste to his liking. Well, we have certainly taken the long way around, but let us continue on to Castrum Fluminis and our meeting with the ambassador. Alphino and Alice should still be there, conducting their search. Myself says, you should think Shadowbringers is, on the other hand, maybe a little bit overrated. That is also, I think that is also a reasonable argument that that Shadowbringers and maybe even Endwalker is a little bit overrated, while Stormblood is, in some capacity, significantly underrated. I could agree to that. I think that Shadowbringers and Endwalker are absolutely incredible. But the thing is that the first time you experience a story told is likely the most impactful time you're going to experience a story told at all. And the thing is that when I played through Stormblood, I was still heavily in a different mindset where the story of a game didn't matter as much, which meant that I wasn't as invested in the story. So a lot of the Stormblood story didn't hit me as hard. But when I was playing through Shadowbringers and Endwalker, I had changed my perspective a lot, which meant that they hit me a lot harder, especially Endwalker. Myself says that you think Shadowbringers is good, but Stormblood is amazing. Oh, okay. Well, I think, as I was just saying, I think that the reason that I may be weighing Shadowbringers and Endwalker significantly higher is because my first experience with those two expansions was very different to my first experience with Stormblood. It seems our Imperial guests have already arrived. It is time to meet with the ambassador.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
So I see. But all need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
Ah, Yotsuyu. You look well.
Of all the people.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories?
Yeah, sweet memories, am I right?
Gosetsu. I have to take this to Gosetsu.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient. You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Dorma. Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
We continue with the exchange as planned, then.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
Yeah. See, Weisel says, I believe me, I even liked AR and enjoyed it a lot. It was a huge tutorial, yes, but it was great all the time. And then you also say, Heaven's Ward was a little too dramatic. In comparison, Stormblood was super scenic. Sometimes it felt like a samurai's movie. Super satisfactory. Well, that's good. I think it's good that each expansion also touches on some different elements, which means that different people will enjoy different expansions. I think that is not a bad thing. As long as it doesn't get so different as to alienate any of the players. I knew better than to trust Asahi, but that was a dirty trick. Still, unpleasant as it was, we have at least put the matter of Tsuyo's future to rest. I have sent her back to the Enclave with Yugiri to give Gosetsu his precious persimmon. Come, let us follow them. You have that look, Alphino. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence, most like. We can discuss it upon our return. And here we are. We should pay a visit to Gosetsu and reassure him about Tsuyo's fate. He will want to know that the Empire has finally relinquished its claim on her.
Gosetsu, are you awake?
My lord, come in, come in. When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me. She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents. A misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses. It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
I like like this Asahi less and less.
Be that as it may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Doma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the Castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder.
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
My lord, forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone.
Again?
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
No, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties. Might I call upon your assistance?
Again? That is a funny walk.
Help! Help me!
If only I hadn't remembered. He should hate me. But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
Who's there?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu! A font of misery! You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure. We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament. You've kept your looks at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugani and start a new business.
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be. Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it. To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies. And it begins with you!
Yotsuyu!
What?
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
Brother dearest, what a surprise. You always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed. But surely you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see it through.
Please. I don't want to die.
Any sign of her? What happened here? I knew what would happen if she recovered. And still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother? Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives. But this is neither the time nor the place. We must gather the others.
welcome to the stream, Vitalite. Hope you're doing well. Caetsu's best girl. He is a very, very good girl, certainly. As I said, when we saw the little cutscene as we went into post Stormblood, where you see that Caetsu's alive, when I did it originally, my reaction was like, yeah, Caetsu lives! And then like the camera pans and is like, and Yotsuyu. And I'm like, oh. Like, I wish I had recorded my original reaction. That would have been good. It was like, yeah! Oh. And Weisel says that Lala is and always will be the best race just in existence. I think that Lalafells are absolutely excellent. And I have said, and I will say again, that if it wasn't for the fact that small dragons exist, Aura, I would probably have played a Lalafell on my main. Finding all those dead people, you know, just in time so we can relive their memories and see how they got in the predicament. And Vitalite talks about the voice actor for Asahi. Yeah, it is very good. He also perfectly encapsulates that too friendly guy, like slimy snake kind of guy. It's perfect. You just know the instant that you see him that no, this is not good. Even if he seems so approachable and friendly in a way. And Weisel says, and Kvasari, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. That is one punchable face right there. Asahi's face, namely. I mean, Yatsuyu's face it could also be, but especially Asahi's. And Weisel says, I was just thinking about that. Pure Asahi was hateable, but Asahi 2.0, annoying edition. Just made me want to punch him in the face the entire time. And Vitalite says the only good thing about that castle was the death of Yotsuyu. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And Kwasari says this is like a JoJo joke. Sees Caetsu is alive. Yes, 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 yes. Sees Yotsuyu is alive. No, 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 no. Exactly. Like, oh. We have recovered the Neyri's remains. The Neyri's remains, and will hold the cremation anon. Would that they had never again set foot in Doma. I broke the news to Caetsu myself. He was quiet. I think it best that he be allowed some time alone with his thoughts. So, my friends, that which we feared has come to pass. Yotsuyu has regained her memory and returned to the Imperial fold. It is by any measure a cruel twist, not least for Caetsu, but one which does not invalidate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we were bound to surrender Yotsuyu into the Galleon's hands should her condition improve prior to the hour of the exchange. By that reckoning, all is, if not as it should be, then as it must be. This I can accept. But what I cannot accept are the unconscionable lengths to which Asahi went to achieve this outcome. Given his recent conduct and his apparent admiration for Xenos, it is plain he cannot be trusted. And that is to say nothing of the unexplained containers he insists on bringing to our meetings. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think it unlikely our negotiations will end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts must be our first concern. As such, I would have an escape route in place before the meeting begins. A wise precaution. If the main structure of Castrum Fluminis is to be the stage for the exchange, then I believe a thorough inspection is in order. The citadel has stood empty ever since the Imperial withdrawal. While we took steps to ensure that it could not be defended by an occupying force, It is entirely possible that the ambassador has arranged things there to his advantage. I will slip inside and make certain we have an unobstructed exit. Pray allow me to join you. I have some experience of Imperial facilities, and should matters take a turn for the worse, I would hope to be of at least some use. Very good. That should be enough to guarantee us a way out of the Castrum. Beyond that, however, we will need a ship to ferry the conscripts back to the Enclave. Even with every skiff we have, it would take several trips to evacuate everyone. A Confederate Sekibune, on the other hand, would require only a single run, and leave us far less vulnerable on the water. Assuming, of course, Rajou can be convinced to part with one. Might I take the lead on this? I've had dealings with Rajou and his pirates before. And I won't be alone, will I, Caetsu? I suppose not. You can count on me. Much appreciated. I quite fancy parleying with pirates again. It's just a shame these won't be there to reprise her role. I'm certain you would make a persuasive pair, but I think I will accompany you to these negotiations all the same. My lord, the ruler of Doma should not be seen consorting with common brigands. And? Come now, you giddy. They stood with us against the Empire. If we would ask their aid once more, we must treat them as equals. My presence shall serve to demonstrate our sincerity. Indeed, my lord. Pray forgive my presumption. By your leave, Master Alphonse. By your leave, Master Alphonse and I shall be about our task. And we should be on our way to Onokoro. Time is short, and Rajou may take some convincing. And Weisel says, but really, I wonder why they didn't pay Lord Heaton's voice actor again. That voice was so excellent, and the character too. Well, the thing is that generally they try to, like, they have added more and more and more voice acting to the game, just in general. Like, there's this channel that has like videos of all voice acted cutscenes in every expansion, and you can just see that it increases exponentially with like Endwalker having over 15 hours of voiced cutscene. But the thing is that if a character doesn't have, like a place in an important cutscene, then they will not need voice lines. And if a character has like an important position in a cutscene, but it's like the only cutscene they have that is important, then it is very likely that they will try to avoid having them say anything in the cutscene, because it's a lot of wasted money they could have spent on some like I'm guessing that it costs a lot just to start a voice acting session with one of the voice actors. So if you only have one line for them, it would be extremely wasteful, both of the voice actor's time and of money just in general. So because Heian hasn't had like extremely significant positions in future cutscenes after Stormblood, it sort of makes sense that he hasn't had any voice acted cutscenes since then. Although it would have been awesome if, like, imagine if Final Fantasy XIV was entirely voice acted, right? Could you imagine? Well, it would make my job a lot easier, because then I wouldn't have to make any of the voice acting, but it would be incredible. And also incredibly expensive. But it would be awesome. And Kwasani says, I beat Xenoblade Chronicles 2 today. And I really, really like the game. Awesome! I actually heard Sertle, I can't remember if it's Sertle or Skirtle, but that they spoke about Xenoblade Chronicles on my recent video on accessibility in video games, where they mentioned that Xenoblade, I can't remember if it was Xenoblade Chronicles 2, let me just check the comment to get the quote right. Yeah, it was Xenoblade Chronicles 2. that there's a custom difficulty that is really, really open. So that is a funny coincidence. I'm glad to hear that you liked it. I haven't played any Xenoblade myself. The closest I come to playing Xenoblade is playing some Shulk in Smash Bros. Ultimate, but I'm not good at playing Shulk. And you say, I prefer the first one, but by all means, this doesn't diminish my enjoyment to the second game. That's true, you don't have to... the first one being better doesn't mean that the second one is bad. And Kazadi says, on a less good note, I had a migraine today and last night. Ah, sorry to hear that. I hope that some rest and maybe like a painkiller or something can help you over the most of it. But I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get well soon. Myself says the same. And says... Yeah, that's true. Myself was the one that talked about Elden Ring. That is true. I did recognize your name, but I couldn't remember what exactly it was that you had talked about. And yeah, it's both good and bad. I think from my perspective, just to take a little moment to talk about that, I think it's interesting because Stranger of Paradise is sort of emulating a similar feel to Dark Souls games. It's not the same, but it like they're going for a little bit of like the difficult gameplay like style. But instead of making the game brutally difficult and then just calling it a day, they have added, you know, a harder difficulty and an easier difficulty, and then also given you by default 2 companions. You'll be surprised that, in my opinion, the 2 companions is almost a more powerful like difficulty scale than the difficulty setting itself. Like hard with 2 allies is probably easier than normal with no allies. Just as an example, it's a similar thing when I played Code Vein some years ago. Having your partner to cover your back when things go wrong is enormous in difference in difficulty. So I think it's an interesting way that they have given you a lot of freedom to customize the difficulty of the game without adding a lot of options. But yeah, and my video on accessibility, which talks briefly about Stranger of Paradise, happened to release on the same day as the final DLC of Stranger of Paradise dropped, by coincidence. Little fun fact.
Now there's a face I did not expect to see. What brings the noble lord of Doma into the company of bilge-rats such as we?
If you've come to offer Doman change in place of Guardian ones, then I'm afraid you've wasted a trip. Ha ha ha! And what fine subjects you would make! With your fleet at our disposal, our restoration efforts would be hastened tenfold. But let us speak seriously. I stand before you not to demand your fealty, but to request your aid once more.
Mayhap you're confused. Doma's liberation was but a means to an end. We aided you only to save ourselves. Now we have no such incentive. We have sworn no oath to you, and will not come running like hounds at their master's whistle.
And I would not presume to treat you thus. I come to petition your cooperation as an ally of equal standing. Equal standing, you say? Seems a bit lopsided to me. Where's the profit for us in all of this? Profit? Must you always think in such short-sighted terms? Have you ever heard of doing the right thing? Have you ever heard of pirates, little miss? You'll find we're simple souls. You pay our tithe, you sail in peace. Deny us our due, and we take it by force. We'll pull you out of the water, and if we see you drowning... we'll pull you out of the water if we see you drowning, but we are not in the business of doing something for nothing. Calm yourself, Mr. Alice. We did not come here to moralize. We came here to talk, and there's more to be said. According to records recovered after the liberation, relatives of your Doman-born brethren were among those conscripted into the Imperial Army, and, as you may be aware, we recently negotiated the return of said conscripts. Many, alas, will arrive to find no families waiting for them, no homes to grant them shelter. I would ask that you offer them a place in the Confederacy. You would not be rescuing strangers, but welcoming brothers and sisters into your ranks, and has not the Confederacy been in need of new recruits?
You seem well informed of our affairs, Lord Hien.
The losses we suffered at the Guardians' hands are no secret, but since we drove them out of Doma, the Ruby Sea has come alive with traders and travelers. So many vessels to tax, so few pirates to tax them. We could do with some more hands on deck, and doubly so if they're familiar with the inner workings of the Empire.
Very well. The Confederacy agrees to your request. You will have your ship. But before that, you must do something for me. The vessel I have in mind was damaged during your battle with the Empire. Though we have mended her, she has yet to be declared seaworthy. She is sound enough down below, but when you load her up with conscripts and the waterline rises, those upper planks had best be free of cracks. Assuming you want your people to stay dry, you will do me the favor of swimming around the hull to check for weaknesses. That is, if Doman lords are not averse to getting their robes wet.
Not this Doman lord, and if we each inspect a third of the ship, it shall be done in a trice.
That's the spirit. The ship is moored at Quickscape Pier. Our apprentice shipwright will be on deck to hear your report. Look for a lad named Ihanashi. You can tell by the nameplate floating over his head.
And I thought I had a knack for partying with pirates. For the record, my previous attempt was an unmitigated success, and yes, I should have quit while I was ahead. I love his laugh animation. It's a very, very hearty belly laugh kind of animation. Well, well, I thought the rumors exaggerated, but the young lord lives up to his reputation. And myself says, if you understood. Well, I do remember that Melania is that brutally difficult boss in Elden Ring that has this that had this separate situation with a player called Let Me Solo Her, who literally just joined people's worlds to solo the boss for them. And that was a really cool story to hear about. I thought it was very sweet. A person that basically just decided that they wanted to help people with that boss. Or alternatively, they just decided that they really like that fight, and the best way to do it repeatedly is to help others or something. I don't know, but I think that it's a very sweet story. Upon close inspection, you spot a small crack in one of the planks. You see no signs of damage here. Well done.
Hi, I'm the shipwright, apprentice shipwright. Did you find anything that might need attention? The section I inspected seemed solid enough. I saw a small crack. The Warrior of Light saw it. On the port side, near the bow, you say? Alright, I'll have a look and see what I can do. My apologies, I seem to have lagged behind. I could float in that gentle sea all day. Otherwise, I'm happy to report no visible cracking or holes in my section of the hull. You're Lord Hien. The captain sent you to inspect the hull? Kami have mercy. Forgive us this discourtesy, my lord. Ha! 'Tis quite all right. In fact, I rather enjoyed it. I take it you are of Doma. Yes, my lord. The Imperials took my father away after the uprising, and I had nowhere else to turn. The Confederacy became my family. But someone told me they're releasing the conscripts now. Maybe my father will be among them. Not that I can go back. There's no leaving once you've joined. How fares our lady? Is she seaworthy? Captain, we found a small crack in the port side, but I'll have it fixed before you know it. I see you have met the boy. Did he tell you this story? He babbles when he is nervous. Should his father be among the conscripts, as he hopes, I mean to give him the choice to leave this life. If he so chooses, I expect you to see they are provided for. I have heard that those who join the Confederacy forswear all ties with kin and homeland. Is that oath so easily put aside? If I allow it, I see in him the lad I was 25 years ago. You say the words, you mean them, but the yearning for home still lingers. My family is long dead, and I know this life is my lot, but he has scarce dipped his toes with us. If there is a life for him in Doma, he should have the chance to live it. Well said. The Empire's conquest has uprooted many and more, be it in Yangsha or out on the Ruby Sea. We have a duty to ensure that Ihanashi and others like him are free to dwell where they desire. Then the matter is settled. I will make preparations to cast off. What about that crack in the... Well, my friends, it seems we have our ship. Let us return to the Enclave. And this time I'm not dragged with you. Alright. Guess I'll teleport myself. Myself says I'm actually relatively new in Final Fantasy XIV. I started last year. I only have 4 jobs leveled so far at level 90. And 2 of them are Summoner Scholar. And I want to level every job. Then and only then I think I'll main 2 jobs per role. Well, I think it's better to view it as you have a main and a secondary in each role. And that's not a bad way to look at it. I would, however, say that you will probably have a job that you will main the most at any one time. Like, I play a little bit of all jobs, but there are certainly jobs that I pretty much only play to, like, demonstrate things in videos and things like that. Or very rarely I will do it in my own time. For example, I typically get most of my Dragoon playtime through these streams. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Just remember that there's other stuff in the game than leveling jobs, so don't get too focused on that. There's a lot to enjoy. And I'm saying that speaking from experience, because I played most of Shadowbringers focusing on just power leveling jobs. Or at least a significant portion. It seems Yugiri and Alphino completed their task before us. They have been waiting. We scouted the structure and determined the swiftest path to safety. In the event of hostilities, we will lead the conscripts outside with all possible haste. From there, the Confederacy has pledged a ship to ferry us across the One River. Now we have but to attend the exchange, and pray to the Kami these precautions were unnecessary. Oh boy! A strength tincture.
While we were putting our contingency plans in place, I left Hakuro in charge of organizing transport for the Imperial prisoners. He will see they arrive at the appointed hour, leaving us free to rendezvous with our Confederate allies. Come, they await us on the riverbank, not far from the Castrum. Visel says, and it's easy enough for me to level. I'm proudly a PvPer, and there you don't even need to move to level, not even armor. That's true, but on the other hand, that also puts you in the position that once you reach max level and want to do other content than PvP, you will have no experience with your rotation whatsoever. If you've watched my leveling guide, some people have, I specifically advise against like leveling a job exclusively through side content like Palace of the Dead, Frontlines, Crystalline Conflict, Boja, and things like that. Because if you do that, then you will have no experience with the actual PvP. You will have much less experience with the actual combat rotations that you will be using in regular content. And yes, that also includes Boja, because there your rotation is muddled by the fact that a lot of the stuff you'll be doing is engagements out on the field where you don't really do your rotation in the same way, and because the level is capped at 80, you will have no practice dealing with anything from level 81 to 90. And Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High also lead you to different rotations, so even though the rotation is, you know, you have the tools, you don't get to play with them in the same way that actual PvE endgame content does. If you care about having a lot of jobs in play at once, specifically because it's useful for having a bunch of jobs to play PvP with, that's a different story. I'm just saying that if you completely miss the progressive experience of learning the rotation as you level, that removes a huge amount of possible practical experience with a job. That's not to say you can't do that. I just say that it might not be the best choice. Santu says, oh, welcome to the stream, Santu. I hope you're doing well. Says, I'm mostly leveled like that, and at level 90 check up some resources for proper openers and rotations. That's also an option. It's just that, so this is exactly the thing, is that, for example, when Summoner was completely reworked, that meant that I had to figure out the rotation at level 80, right? Fortunately, the Summoner rotation is relatively approachable. But similarly, Paladin wasn't changed that much, but it still put me in a position where I had to guess a little bit at how you were supposed to play the job during leveling, given that, you know, I make guides for leveling jobs as well as max level. And Visel says, I finished the MSQ recently, so I've been doing the side content too. I'm doing both. Fair enough. Your party's assembled then? Aye, and ready for what lies ahead, I trust. Lest there be any confusion, though, the tower across the water is to be the scene of the exchange. That, and whatever else Asahi has planned. But regardless of the ambassador's intentions, we will bring our people home. Yugiri, you are to evacuate the conscripts at the first sign of trouble. Yes, my lord. We, meanwhile, shall cover their escape and lend what support we can. Your ship awaits you at the Castrum's loading docks. She will see you safely home. Then all stand ready to play their part. Come, let us be about it.
At last, the hour has come. The conclusion to these negotiations will mark a new beginning for Dorma and the Empire. A first step on the road to peaceful coexistence.
Indeed. We are ready to proceed with the exchange when you are. Forgive my curiosity, Ambassador, but is there a purpose to these containers you bring with you?
Oh, the supply crates. They are filled with materials we hoped might be of use in Dorma's restoration. I meant to gift them to you at our last meeting, but we had so much else to discuss.
How very generous. I confess I had not expected such compassion, welcome though it is. But then I was also surprised by the news that one of our captives had delivered herself into your custody ahead of time. A minor discrepancy I shall overlook in the spirit of the occasion.
Are you perhaps referring to me, Lord Hien?
Yotsuyu.
Orphan of the Naori, widow of Sashihai, and acting Viceroy of Dorma. You and your people are mine to govern, mine to punish!
Well, well. It would seem your shattered mind is mended. As per our agreement with the Ambassador, you are free to return with him to the Empire. Your authority as acting Viceroy, however, is no longer recognized here.
My position is not for you to decide, little lordling. All who resist the rule of the Empire must be purged. Such was the order given to me by Lord Xenos himself. I will reign here in this putrid, pestilent swamp until the last of you has been broken. This land shall know no dawn. I will spew forth darkness and drown all in eternal night. And high above you I shall shine, uncaring, cold and distant as the moon!
What has she done?
Oh gods, this is a summoning.
A Dorman citizen has called forth an icon in direct violation of our primary agreement. The negotiations have failed. A Abandon the captives and make preparations to withdraw.
I just want to point out that technically that's not a Doman citizen. Hien has literally just relinquished her to Asahi. And also that summoning happened because of materials you brought, Asahi. Wow.
But Ambassador! Disobey me, Pilus, and you disobey the Emperor. Make preparations to withdraw! Now!
As you command.
My lord, you must fall back!
You ask me to run?
A strategic withdrawal.
Spare my pride, would you? I know this foe is beyond me. The field is yours. We will withdraw, but not without our countrymen. I want every soul accounted for. Every soul!
My lord.
I knew you would not flee. I see now the strength which flows from that baleful light of yours. But I am become Tsukuyomi, goddess of the moon and divinity of night. What power can compare to such celestial majesty? I shall plunge all I despise into darkness. And within that black abyss, even your light shall flicker and fail. Come, let us cast the stalks and look upon the fate of Dorma. I see a future in which the sun sets on this wretched land. Once and for all!
Santa says, Yotsu is probably one of my favorite characters in the entire game. She's very well made. I think the main reason I dislike her is because of how just brutally cruel she is in every sense of the word. But she is very well designed as a character. And welcome to the stream. I am Become Gaming. I hope you're doing well. Conveniency in its purest form. Santa says, I didn't see the pinned message earlier. I personally find Monk to be the hardest job in the game. It's not only busy, but seems kind of counterintuitive coming from tank main point of view. You know, Monk is extremely difficult because of those kinds of unintuitive aspects of it. And I would agree. Personally, I find Monk to be the hardest job in the game myself. Just to take one example, if you were to answer the question of what is the first GCD, like the first weapon skill or spell you cast when a boss fight begins on any job, then for all the tanks, it is relatively obvious you use the first, like the step 1 of your combo, the only exception being Paladin, where the first thing you do is cast Holy Spirit. And for all of the healers, it's obvious you cast your attack spell followed by your dot, the only exception being that Sage uniquely sometimes chooses to cast Nolma because then they save 1 second of casting. I think we talked about that on a previous stream. The 3 ranged physical are also relatively obvious, where Archer begins applying dots, Machinist begins with one of its tools, and Dancer begins by dancing. And Red Mage and Summoner, I would say, is relatively obvious, given that you cast the most obvious spell first. Black Mage is where it starts getting convoluted, because a lot of players would assume that the obvious move is, cast Ice Magic, prep your Umbral Hearts and all that, and then switch to Fire and Nuke. But the optimal opener is actually to start with Fire. And that's not intuitive. And when we hop to the melee, Dragoon, you start with True Thrust. Ninja, you start with a Jutsu, which is not too surprising, but right after that, you do a 1-2-3 combo. Samurai, you start with a Meikyo Shisui and a 3-3-2 combo, you could say. And Reaper starts by putting the debuff up and starts with cooldowns. Like, those things are relatively obvious. With Monk, because of Formless Fist from Form Shift, technically you have 6 options to choose from. Like, if we just imagine that these 3 things are your combo steps, then you could start with, like, realistically you could start with any of the 6 single target combo steps if you wanted to. Then you have to, backtrace and go, okay, I wouldn't use this for that reason, I wouldn't use this for this reason, and so on. So you wouldn't start with Boot Shine because you want the Leaden Fist buff up and you want the damage bonus up. That makes sense. You don't want to use True Strike or Snap Punch because those are only good if Twin Snakes and Demolish are already active. Which leaves still 3 options. The reason you wouldn't use Demolish is because it's better if you get the damage buff up first. And then you get to the unintuitivity. Do you start with Twin Snakes, such that you get the damage buff up in the first GCD, or do you start with Dragon Kick? Because then you will have Leaden Fist sooner. The correct answer to that is you use Dragon Kick first, but I would imagine that a lot of players would say Twin Snakes first, because it makes perfect sense. Like, if you look at it from nearly any other job's perspective, obviously you put the damage buff up first. Reaper starts with the damage buff. Black Mage technically starts with the damage buff by using Fire 3. Dancer starts with the damage buff. Dark Knight opens with the damage buff. Warrior goes to the damage buff as quickly as possible. Ninja makes sure that their buffs are up immediately. Samurai starts with the damage buff before the speed buff. Like, everything you've learned from any other job tells you that the damage buff is the most important thing. And then you discover that actually you're supposed to start with the Dragon Kick combo. Like, start with Dragon Kick. It's brutal. And then you add on the fact that most other jobs, let me just get this listed up again, nearly all jobs in the game have their GCD and their OGCD somewhat separated. Or, when your burst comes around, you get a buff of some sort that replaces your GCD in some way. Like, you can just skip to the burst part of your rotation. Monk does not really do that. You have to be in the correct spot in your rotation and then you use your cooldowns, and the mastery part of the rotation there is making sure you are in the right spot. It adds a lot of difficulty, and then on top of all this, your GCD is 2 seconds instead of 2.5. It's so different from all the other jobs, so I totally agree that Monk is brutally difficult. So I think it's interesting that that was the first job mentioned in relation to that question. GameEnd also says, Viself says that it's different, and as a Dark Knight main, Monk feels different. Gay Man says, Monk is tough. I hate that I love the way their weapons look. Makes me main it for a bit and then give up on it again. Ah. And Vysel says, just need to take a dummy and hit it for hours. But I mean hours, truly. That is not very... That is actually extremely correct. One of my... someone that has been following the channel and watching the streams for a long time, Pokeshack, some of you may have heard of, has had this tradition, based on what he's told me, where he will pick up a job and then watch a guide on it, usually mine, and then just beat on a dummy until he gets it, which is hours sometimes. So that's not a bad idea, but it is still a long time. I like to switch up my practicing with a job by going to Stone Sky Sea, and then, you know, trying the different encounters to see how well I do, and then you can also see a gradual improvement with each attempt as you get better at the rotation, and you can easily reset by going out and in again if you mess something up, instead of having to wait for your cooldowns. Santo says, I did the newest extreme on Monk a couple of times, and I was looking at my hotbars and buffs so much more than I usually do. Oh yeah, this is the hardest job for me. Better to do the new extreme as it. If you aspire to be a monk main, I would highly advise that you make use of this. Specifically, you can go into the status element and split it into multiple groups. Grab the status info enhancements and move it closer to your hotbars. Move it down there, like where you would put your job gauge and things like that. Similarly, go to the target bar here and split that. Grab the target info status and move it somewhere here. The reason why I recommend doing this is because for most jobs, I believe the average player has enough time between their GCDs to take a glance at their their hotbars to see what they're going to do next, look up at their buffs, and look at their target situation and go, okay, I do this next. And the job goes in a relatively predictable way where, like, for instance with Dragoon, you're going to be expecting that disembowel combo 5 GCDs in advance. You don't need to keep that close attention to the buff and the debuff because it comes around automatically. But with Monk, you may sometimes have to take a glance and go, okay, how is my damage buff actually doing? And you're making this assessment as the GCD is rolling around, and that is the moment you have to make the choice. Do I use Twin Snakes or True Strike? Which one is it going to be? And that means you have very, very little time to think about it because you have a 2-second GCD instead of a 2.5 one. And the same applies for Demolish. So I very heavily advise that if you're going to main Monk or play Monk for a significant amount of time and want to master it, just don't waste time trying to master the job with your buffs and debuffs up here where they normally are. Move them closer to your hotbars, because if you don't do it early, you will reach a point where you have, like, where you cannot really feel like you hit a wall. You can't get any better as you are now because you're spending time like glancing up and down and up and down and up and down, and then you get hit by something. Move them down so that you learn immediately to work the job with your buffs and debuffs somewhere unusual. If you play a lot of jobs and like to have your buffs and debuffs up here for jobs in general, just remember you have 4 layouts, so just copy it over to a different one and then fix one for Monk specifically. That would be my advice for starting on mastering Monk. Now, the reason why I don't do that when I showcase Monk is because when I pull out Monk to showcase something on video, like for instance I make a guide, I showcase something Monk can do on a video or something like this, I will have played Monk for too short of a time frame to get used to the buffs and debuffs being different from when I play other jobs. So if I did this, it would probably be detrimental to me, because I would be glancing up there and get confused when my buffs aren't where they're supposed to be. And you might be thinking to yourself, but wait, guy, isn't it better if all of the important information is closer to your hotbars anyway? Wouldn't it be smarter to move your buffs and debuffs down there anyway? Wouldn't it be smarter to move your target closer to your hotbars anyway? And to that I say, technically yes, it would. But I can't set up my hotbar, my UI in a way where my target is close to my hotbars in a way where I like the look of it. So I haven't done that. I like the look of this, and the game plays at a pace that is slow enough that it isn't an issue. Except for when playing Monk. Where it goes a little too fast. Fortunately, Monk isn't my favorite job in the game, so missing out on this particular aspect of being able to perfectly master Monk because of this, that's like, I give this advice to other people, but I'm not interested in mastering Monk. I don't want to put in that amount of time in Monk specifically. There are other jobs that I enjoy more. I like Monk, but I don't want to play Monk as my main. I don't think that will ever happen. You can quote me on that. Especially if a year down the line I turn out to love Monk and reroll to play only Monk, then I would love for someone to send this at me as a clip. Myself says, probably my main DPS will be Monk and Black Mage, not gonna lie. Ah yes, Black Mage, the commonly agreed upon most difficult mage. Visel says, I play every job with controller and without macros. It's very normal to not use macros, I just want to say. I have a video tutorial on how macros work, and I would recommend watching it if you're not super knowledgeable on macros. Not so much as to say that you should watch it to learn how to use macros, but also to learn when a macro is good and when it is bad, because there's actually a lot of places where a macro is bad, which is possibly more helpful than knowing where it is good. And myself says, many jobs are not intuitive with this configuration, but honestly, I think Monk is one of the easier jobs with a controller. I don't know about that. And GameN says, I'll definitely make a hot layout next time I pick up Monk. That's good. Santos says, I got Ninja too recently, and find it probably simplest melee as a tank player, and the idea of having kind of slow basic fillers, but a fast and hard-hitting burst is kind of similar to Dark Knight. Oh yeah, that's true. I think the perspective that players say with Ninja being easy is that it has very little going on outside of burst, which I also sort of mention in my melee job comparison. Also, I just want to point out that her pipe also became a primal.
Oh, it's going to be a long
I've just realized that there's something interesting going on with my buffs when we get all of the damage buffs at once.
Your end is near.
Which is very funny when you consider that I haven't actually changed anything about my UI. This is, for the most part, what we got. when I made the character. Oh, whoops, I completely messed up my combo there. I literally used full thrust outside of combo by a misclick.
Your death will be all the sweeter.
Myself says, did you know that Square Enix did black magic with PS4 controllers? Those work in Windows 10 without drivers, but only in Final Fantasy XIV. Even the controllers inside sound correctly and can even sound with alarms. That is actually very interesting. That PS4 controllers work perfectly for Final Fantasy XIV, but only Final Fantasy XIV. That is interesting. I don't play the game with controllers and I haven't tried it, so I wouldn't know. And Vito Lighter says, just seen the pinned comment too. I think Black Mage is very hard because of mobility. And to me it seems a lot more punishing when you get something wrong. Yeah, that is a good point. And my Vito Lighter says, what jobs do you find the most fun to play? That is a very good follow-up question. I actually find Black Mage one of the most fun jobs to play. The problem is that I don't like it as much when you introduce boss mechanics. Here's a tip: because you get knocked back, it's better to stand behind Xenos for this mechanic. Then you get tossed less distance. It's more helpful on extreme, but still. But I really do like Black Mage. It's very fun to play, but if we talk about jobs that I like to play in general, recently I do find New Paladin extremely fun to play. And for healing, I prefer Sage. For melee, I prefer Reaper. For ranged physical, I actually don't play ranged physical that much. And for mages, I like Black Mage, but if I had to like really perform, I would mostly play Summoner, I think. Fused with night, I shall prevail. Here's a fun fact. World of Warcraft had a raid that had a boss that had an aesthetic of a moon in the floor that had like two sides, and you had to regularly switch between them as a boss mechanic. Half a year later, approximately, Tsukuyomi is released in Final Fantasy XIV. The reason why I think it's so fascinating is because both encounters were released so close to each other that there's no chance that either side intentionally copied the other. But it's also so similar that you can't not see the similarities, right? Oh no. Somehow it worked out.
you under my heel.
Oh, the multi-stack.
I'll grind you under my heel.
Oh. Oh, thanks. The sprout ran into me just in the last second, so we both died. Oh. See, here's a piece of advice from my melee comparison. It would actually have been much better if the other Dragoon had let me do the limit break, because my weakness debuff means that we lose less DPS from me doing it. As in, lose DPS by every second that the DPS is casting. Well, my melee basics guide, I should say. Oh well, they still get to have the commendation, that's fine. Let me just catch up on chat real quick before we move on. Vizel says, I was telling some minutes ago, my first 90s are Dark Knight, Summoner Scholar, and Samurai, but my deal is to level everything to 90 and then choose. It's truly optimal openers and combos. Well, just remember that doing the optimal openers and rotations and stuff is only... Well, the optimal openers can be really difficult to do outside of Extremes and Savages, because they typically require a countdown to get right. And also because in normal content you will often not be doing, like people will not be stacking cooldowns, which means that the optimal rotations will not give as much value either, for the same reasons that the optimal rotations are designed to like pack all of your large damage numbers into the burst timing where you have all the buffs. But if they're not there, then it's not worth the hassle. Vitalitis says, I would like to play more tanks, but it gives me anxiety not knowing all the dungeon layouts. That is understandable. The worst that can happen, Vitalitis, in going tank and not knowing where to go is that you do it wrong. Most players will simply not worry about it. Like, very few players will complain, especially if you say that you are new. And Vizel says, but right now, probably focus on... That's a lot of jobs. Xanta says, from the tank main point of view, dungeon layouts don't really matter. Correct. This game isn't like WoW Mythic Plus, where you need to know routes and mob skips. Exactly. Most dungeons are like linear, and those that aren't, people don't worry too much about it when the Sprout tank doesn't know where the correct direction is. Sometimes they'll tell you if you're going the wrong way. And Vitalitis says, it looks like the role with the most responsibility. The thing is that the tank gets a lot of responsibility piled on it. It's your responsibility to choose when to pull, usually. It's your responsibility to pull enough, usually. It's your responsibility to not spin the boss too much, because that affects the melee, especially. It's your responsibility to do a lot of things. It's your responsibility to know when the party is ready to pull. Otherwise, someone might get cross with you for pulling too early if someone isn't ready for any reason. But most of the time, everyone's ready. But an interesting aspect is this. In a raid team, or a dungeon group for that matter, consider this. A really good DPS cannot compensate for a bad tank or a bad healer. The DPS is reliant on the tank and the healer being good enough to keep the group alive until the melee can kill the boss fast enough. They don't on their own make you beat the boss. A really good tank is worthless if the healer is terrible. An absolutely incredible tank can make a bad healer feel good, but a terrible healer will not mean that you can will not be good enough for a great tank. Like, the healer has to be decent. However, an excellent healer can actually, for dungeons and for normal content, not savage or extremes or ultimates, but normal content like dungeons and raids and trials, an excellent healer can make a bad tank able to beat nearly anything, can make a bad DPS survive nearly anything. An excellent healer has the power to make nearly any party in normal content able to win by default. An excellent tank or an excellent DPS cannot do that, which means that I would be inclined to agree with Vicels on that aspect, that in some capacity the healer gets the most responsibility tossed at them. And also, if someone dies in the dungeon from something that was somewhat avoidable, it's usually not the tank that gets blamed or asked. That's only if they lose aggro or die to something they should have survived. So I could say that the healer is probably the one that gets responsibility for things most often, by virtue of it being difficult to track when it is the healer's fault and when it isn't. If the tank dies to mobs just hitting them, then it is equally possible that the tank didn't use cooldowns, but it is also possible the healer didn't heal enough, because the tank could have died even if the tank used enough cooldowns, if the healer didn't heal enough. I do have a tank basics guide. It's from like the very, very end of Shadowbringers, but all of the advice in it is accurate. So if you need some starting advice for tanking, I have that. It's very focused on things like pulling, which is often what people are worried about when starting a tank. I had one experience when I was leveling Monk to 80 in Shadowbringers, where I landed in Gimlet Dark, where both the tank and the healer were doing their, I believe, first dungeon there. And the tank didn't understand what a tank stance was, and they hardly spoke any English, so it was really difficult to explain. And the healer wasn't having a good time either.
You really must learn to finish the job. 'Tis true that a gaudy mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning, but even the weakest icon is a god of sorts, a threat that must be put down. My, such hostility! These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an Imperial officer. Will you surrender to anger, then? Slay an anointed emissary to avenge a fallen foe?
Ha! You cannot, of course! To do so would burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build.
Oh, but I'm forgetting. They're already ash. This dormant woman has seen to that. The Empire cannot ally itself with any nation that refuses to renounce summoning. I believe I was most clear on that point. It should have been mine. The power he bestowed upon her. I should have been the one to govern Doma. I would have repaid his faith.
No one alive loves him more than I!
Instead, this harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth! Worthless whore!
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious gift. Vengeance. These people, our people, they ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives. Like you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see. You were the first. The first I swore to kill. Such bliss. I had thought my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied. You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength, just for you. What's the matter? The Witch of Doma will soon be dead.
Caetsu will mourn you.
He will mourn to you, perhaps. I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered.
Lord Xenos. Lord Xenos. I am at your disposal.
Asai, you were born of Doma, yes?
Yes, my lord. I am honored that you would remember me. How may I serve?
You are hereby appointed Ambassador Plenipotentiary, and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma, and announce your intention to sue for peace.
For peace?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting Viceroy.
She lives? That is to say, I will, my lord.
When you have found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps. Yotsuyu's faith is unreliable, but as a child raised to believe in the Kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods. She need only wish it to be so. The power will seem a gift, but the icon's essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
My lord, ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost. But I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the Populares spread through this city like a plague. And I would remind the people of the threat we face. You will be my chosen agent. The hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
Your chosen agent. I will not fail you, my lord. My master, Lord Xenos, he will come for you.
He already did that, Asahi. Sit down. Relax.
You have prevailed, I see.
She is gone? Wherefore did the Kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
Death shall not want for company this day. You spared us a worse disaster, but I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
Lord Hien!
Maxima, is it not? I assumed you long fled.
I entertain thoughts of escape even now, but our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here, but it seemed to me there was more to the tale.
Maxima is a boss. He's really awesome, actually. Xenos was behind this plot.
I have heard tell of this power you wield. And in your vision, you witnessed Lord Xenos giving these orders.
How can that be? Xenos is dead. He took his own life after the battle in Alamigo. I saw his body with my own eyes.
But Hien, Xenos also does not know exactly how to make an icon, just in general. He only knows with the echo. So, it's pretty obvious that it is not him, right?
Forgive me, but Lord Xenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
I'm afraid I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public record.
I have no doubt you believe what you say. But what then is the explanation? That an impostor has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial Court? The idea is inconceivable, absurd. But worthy of investigation nonetheless. Our movement can ill afford to have a highly placed pretender undermining our efforts.
Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
Yes. As the late Ambassador's second-in-command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm our intent to proceed according to the original agreement.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
Indeed. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Tread lightly, Pilus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
Might I accompany you to the capital?
Alphino, have you gone mad?
Impostor or no, if Xenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Ascian waiting in the wings. Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need our help.
Were you indeed willing to share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
You truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk her life on countless occasions. Next to her, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield. But in the meeting room or the audience chamber, there I can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds. And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
This is your moment.
Tis not for me to stop you, but I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
Go then. You've obviously made up your mind. Just try not to do anything reckless, all right?
I shall be on my best behavior. Farewell, my friends.
See, catch up with the chat. Just a little tip. There's something I saw Vicells and Vito Light discussing earlier. Make sure you are in the same region. Brynhilde is in an American data center. So if Vito Light is not in an American data center, then you cannot meet. Just keep that in mind. Santos says, saying about difficulty is a lot about how much you've played the job. Exactly, and as you say yourself, 80% of your playtime-ish is on Gunbreaker, so you find it the easiest in Savage Fight since it requires the least thinking from me. Exactly, and that's the difference between playing your main and playing not your main. The alternative is playing a job that is relatively intuitive to play, which is also what Santos says, jobs that can be played entirely by muscle memory are kind of easy with enough practice, and that's the Gunbreaker, but similarly, some jobs have very little complexity in them. For example, Summoner has very limited complexity, making it relatively straightforward to pick up early. And then we had the thing about spoilers in chat. And welcome to the stream, Noel. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you haven't completely turned into a cat. But if you are, I hope you're very adorable. Noel says, did you hear that they reworked some of the post-Heavensward and Stormblood dungeons? Did they rework Stormblood dungeons? I'm pretty sure they only reworked Heavensward dungeons so far. I have heard about the changes to the Aerie, and the thing that I find extremely funny about the... Well, actually, let me think. No, it was Sorkai that I thought that I had heard about the changes, and that's the one where you fight Hreisvelger. And the thing that I find incredibly funny about that is that if you pay close attention to what happens in the story at that very moment, in the story, our Lord Commander Aemric and our Academian Alphino are actually busy with their own trials when you're doing the dungeon, which means that there's no logical way that they could help you with the dungeon. So you have to suspend some disbelief and ignore that detail when you're doing the dungeon. Also, it's very funny that I believe it's Aemric that turns into a gladiator DPS if you're the tank. But yeah, multiple of the Heavensward dungeons have been changed to accommodate NPCs. Stormblood will be coming later. As Santos says, that's happening in 6.4 probably. At least some of it. And hey, welcome to the stream, Christopher. I hope you're doing well. And Let's see, Vysel says, when I was in AI, I was super confused about Thancred. Yeah, the thing with Thancred is that either you started in Uldar and you met Thancred, or you didn't, and then you meet him around level 15. I believe it's somewhere around the level 30 or 40 range or something that Thancred goes on some trip, like some investigation, and then you don't see him for ages. And then it turns out that he was under control of an Ascian all along. But he wasn't under control of by an Ascian at the beginning. The thing that makes it important that he's under an Ascian's control is, if Thancred, one of the Scions, someone you should be able to trust, is actually one of your enemies, and it's that easy for them to hide it, then it means that anyone could be an enemy. Anyone could be an enemy. And that's pretty important for the story. Let's see. Santa just won a house. Congratulations. Is it a big one? And Vitalitis says, how is it playing with duty support? I've only ever played with other players. It's a bit awkward. It's typically slower, but it's reliable. I think that duty support feels awkward if you're not the tank, because you sort of have to go first. You have to go first for the party to attack, which means that as a DPS or a healer, you're leading, which is a little awkward. And that also often means that mobs will hit you first. I know that mostly from trusts, because I haven't done very much duty support, if any at all. But it's very awkward. And Lowell. Yeah, so I just want to say about Elidibus. Elidibus is a name that we know from A Realm Reborn. He is the Ascian in the white robes. As it stands right now in the story, we haven't fought him yet in Stormblood. Whether we fight him later, we will discover in these streams. However, we have not fought him yet. However, as we have a whole slew of Ascians that are just dude with mask and a robe, it's very easy to mix them up. There's a fight with La Habrea that is incredibly changed, but that's actually very significant, because the fight with La Habrea used to be so in the Praetorium used to be one singular extremely long dungeon. It's still extremely long, but they've cut it out in 3 parts now, actually. So there's the entire part of the dungeon that they have reworked somewhat, that leads up to and including the fight with Gaius Van Baelza. And then you're supposed to fight him in the ultimate weapon. Then they made a cut and said, actually, that is now a separate trial. And then they also expanded very heavily on this fight. And then normally you're supposed to, after the fight with the ultimate weapon, you're supposed to have another fight with Thancred as La Habrea. That fight used to be incredibly dull, like extremely dull, and awkwardly short. So they removed that completely and made it part of the main quest, so the main story, and it's really, really long. Here's a fun fact: the music that plays in that fight has a tendency to unleash a claim. If you have that music on a video on YouTube, it's not a rightful claim, but just a fun fact. I know that from experience. And Vysel says, quick question. I just got a warning in game, but I have no idea of why. something about fright tactics? I don't know about that. Did you say something? I don't know what you might have said, so I don't know. I don't know what that could be, Vicels. A warning is, I believe, the lowest rung of punishment. Let's see here. No, the lowest one is a caution. So if they explicitly called it a warning, then it's a penalty applied for minor violations for which a more severe penalty than a caution is required. I don't know what happened in your situation, Vicels, but I would suggest that you make sure to not... I don't know how you talk with other players normally, but in case you aren't, make sure that you speak nicely. Don't swear at people. Don't get mad at people. Try to be nice. And don't try... I'm assuming you're not. But don't intentionally mess up mechanics and fights. I don't know what they would mean by fright tactics. I'm guessing what you mean by the La Habrea dungeon, Lewell. Do you happen to mean the Aetherochemical Research Facility? Grief tactics. Ah, yeah. I don't know how you would get a warning for that if you didn't intend to. I would maybe, if I were you, try to contact support some way to explain that. I'm not sure where the best way to do that would be, however. I knew Asahi was planning some manner of treachery, but a summoning? Thank the Kami you were here, my friend. None of us would have escaped Yotsuyu's vengeance had you not intervened. She was a pawn, aye, but she still had a choice, and she chose to submit to the ambassador's plan. It was little wonder Caetsu departed in silence. Together he left the same way he came, alone aboard a rowing boat. As for the conscripts, most made it to the Sekibune before the battle began in earnest, but the vessel yet waits on the riverbank for those who did not flee in time. Then I suggest we put this doleful place behind us and make for the Enclave together. It would be a shame to miss the joyous reunion.
How often have I imagined this moment? Thank you for helping it come to pass.
Gosetsu, your hair.
My friend, what have you done?
An old man who cannot raise his blade has no place in the service of a young lord. Thus did I decide to devote my remaining days to pilgrimage. I will walk this land, offering prayers of repose for all the souls who left this life in suffering.
All of them?
Safe travels, Caetsu.
A fulsome farewell makes for an enjoyable journey.
Scarcely have we said our goodbyes to Alphino, and you leave us too. But 'tis well that my companions find their own way forward. I must endeavor to do the same.
I have faith that you will find the best path for Doma without me, my lord. Pray forgive me this last act of selfishness, and grant me your blessing.
You have earned it 1,000 times over. Go in peace, my friend. I shall make of Doma a land where children laugh and none need live in fear.
There is no better way to honor those who went before. And with that, I take my leave.
Let's see. Myself says that it might have been PvP. That does sound very plausible. If you do a lot of, let's see, I cannot access PvP profile from here. If you do a lot in Crystalline Conflict of like marking people, especially if you do that thing with putting an ignore marker on another player, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. That can be considered, like, if you're very aggressive with it, like if you're using, you know, a target marker to try and help your team, that is okay, but if you're spamming and being really confusing about it, that's not helpful, and the ignore marker on a friend is not helpful. If you spam the messages a lot, that can also be disruptive. And most importantly, using things like a nice match or good job after someone makes a mistake is also considered mean. Also, you cannot do, like, there's a lot of things that you might find completely fine in other PvP games that is not allowed in Final Fantasy XIV. Particular examples given is that things like repeatedly sitting and standing over someone that died is not allowed. You're also not allowed to throw fireworks at someone that just died. It is considered bad sportsmanship. I don't know what happened in your case, but it is very unfortunate that you would get a warning for that if you haven't done anything wrong. In regards to Llewellyn's example, I'm more impressed that you didn't just stop casting your OGCD heals and just started spamming, you know, just cure 1. And then eventually the tank presumably would die, and when he then complains that he isn't getting enough healing, you say, I don't feel like it. It goes both ways. You don't want to use defensive cooldowns, and I don't want to use my defensive cooldowns, which are healing. Surely it's the same thing. If you don't want to give it at least, you know, the best you've got because you can't be bothered, why should I? But it's also impressive that you chose to deal with it anyway. I think the right move, Llewellyn, the fact that the person explicitly said that they didn't use defensives because they couldn't be bothered, should be reasonable to report them for, because then they are intentionally disrupting gameplay. They're intentionally making it harder for you. Because they know they could use defensive. They specifically said that they're not using them because they don't want to, not because they don't know how to. Even if they have a sprout icon, this character has a sprout icon. So even a sprout, if they're not being very nice, don't deserve the kindness. You did report them, alright. I don't know myself. That's why I say that it might be a very good idea to try to get a hold of support to ask what happened. I haven't gotten these kinds of mails myself, so I don't know if there is a way to like get a hold of them to ask about the warning. But it would certainly be healthy to figure out what's going on. I don't know if they can, if there's any way to like retract the warning or something, but it's good to know what happened. And Llewellyn says, not to mention, even the Sprouts told them after we completed the dungeon to look up a guide. Yeah. I've had, in Bottom's Metal, which is level 65 dungeon, a tank during, I believe, late Shadowbringers, a Dark Knight, if I remember correctly, that flat out refused to use AoE attacks and just used 1-2-3 combos for the most part, and also hardly used any defensive cooldowns. And when I, the healer, asked him to do something, he said that I should just attack less, because my only job is to heal, not attack. And that's clearly my problem. And his argument for why he was right was not, you know, to show proof that he was right. It was simply that he has never had an issue leveling all his other jobs to 90, or 80 in that case. He had leveled all tanks to max this way and no one had complained. And that's when I said, well, we started complaining, and instead of accepting our complaint, you decided that we're in the wrong. So maybe you have just not seen the complaints. And then one of the other DPS piped up and said something to the effect of, or maybe they all assumed you would respond in this way and decided to just deal with you not being very good at the game rather than try and confront you about it. No complaint when you're bad doesn't mean you're good. Yeah, exactly, Noel. It's incredible. Ah, Caetsu. Fair journey to you, my friend. A bittersweet occasion, but there's yet ample cause to be grateful. Pray join us in the Kienkan. I would thank you properly. Lord Yen is expecting you. May I show you in? Our brothers and sisters are returned to us, and the dream of Doma's restoration is that much closer to being realized. It is a day that will live long in memory, and one that would never have dawned without the courageous actions of the Scions. On behalf of Doma and her people, we give you our deepest thanks. Lest you think me complacent, I assure you, I have not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. That Xenos lives is a source of grave concern, mayhap the gravest, yet there's little to be done but wait for Alphinaud to send word. Until then, I plan to devote myself to fulfilling the promise I made to Caetsu, by building a nation in which none need live in fear. I confess, I miss him already, but the thought that he has at last found peace goes some way to softening the blow. I wonder, did you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yotsuyu such kindness? I believe the answer lies in past tragedy, specifically the death of his wife and daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well, they were never far from his thoughts, and in Yotsuyu's childlike mien, I believe he saw not a fallen tyrant, but the little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Caetsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He suffered any hardship, strove beyond the limits of endurance without hesitation or complaint. Though Tsuyu could never truly replace his daughter, I had hoped that with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. Would that the Kami had been so minded. Even now, I labor to discern any meaning in Yotsuyu's fate. To deliver her from certain death with no memory of her sins, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother, can that truly have been their will? That I cannot tell you. The will of the Kami is not for us to know. But what I do know is that for a brief moment, a girl known as Tsuyu lived among us, and that she brought with her a whisper of respite for a grieving heart. Vasari says, I remember when Shadowbringers was new. I must admit, I didn't use AoEs on a DPS at first because of how they always demolished my TP in Stormblood. Yeah, true that. I got relatively quickly used to it. But I also played most of Shadowbringer's story as Dark Knight, which had a significant revamp, so the fact that Unleash suddenly didn't cost any MP made it somewhat easy for me to deal with. But I could see how that would work. Also, Vysels, I really hope that you figure it out, what on earth happened. It would be really annoying to have to deal... It is really annoying to have to deal with a warning like that when you genuinely don't even know what you did wrong. I just don't know how I can help you, unfortunately. I think it's time we were going, don't you? We've done all we can here, and we have a lot to report. But before we head back to the Rising Stones, let's call in at Ralga's Reach. We should be the ones to tell Lise about Xenos. After everything we went through together, we owe her that. Hey Makoto, how are you doing? Well, yep, I'm doing pretty well. We just, well, now it's been quite a while because we were discussing other things, but we sort of just, finished the Tsukuyomi fight. And Vitalitis says, I forgot to say, but I tried Sage again after your video and it went much better. I'm really glad to hear that. That's awesome. And Makoto says, I'm just finally back to Final Fantasy XIV again and it feels good to be back. That's great. It's also really good sometimes to take a little break from a game. To like reignite the enjoyment of it.
Caetsu, Alice, you're back. No Alphino? It's good to see you, Lise. As for my headstrong brother, he's off on what will almost certainly turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Garlemald. It's a long story, but we have evidence that Xenos might still be alive. What? But that's... If this is a joke, gosh, this had better be a joke. Look, I know what I saw, right? We all saw it. And here you are saying he's alive and well and living the high life back in Garlemald? I know how ridiculous this sounds, but I'm still having difficulty believing it myself. But while I might doubt the word of an Imperial envoy, I'm inclined to trust Caetsu's. She saw the Crown Prince through the Echo in a meeting that could only have taken place in the recent past.
It was him. It was Xenos.
No, it must have been, I don't know, some kind of really convincing imposter.
Like an Asian?
Xenos is dead. He had a great big role in it, a great big hole in his neck. We buried him.
True.
Aye, and someone went to the trouble of desecrating the bastard's grave, remember?
Thal's gilded halls. Whatever are you talking about? I don't know who's talking.
Oh. Thancred, what brings you to the Reach?
Alphino had me lending a hand at the Saltery, keeping an eye on the rebuilding work and so on, just until operations were up and running. And now that they are, I thought I might look in on you before wending my weary way back to headquarters. Forgive me if I misheard, but is there some suggestion the late Crown Prince could have gotten better? If so, might I suggest a quick look inside his coffin as our first order of business?
As much as I hated the man, it doesn't feel right defiling his grave, but if it would put this rumor to rest, I suppose we have to. And when there are no curious eyes about, if we can manage it.
Xenos is buried up at Bloodhowe in the Locks. His grave was set apart from the others and left unmarked, so as not to upset the locals.
Then it shouldn't be hard to find. Nago, you're in charge until I get back.
You're welcome, Noel. Remember to do your weeklies, everyone. Oh boy, this is going to be a long, long trip. And Marcus came back after a month and a half. That's a long time away from the game. Well, good news are that somewhat recently a new patch dropped, so there's a lot of new things. If you didn't play, if you haven't tried it yet, there's a new paladin, or rather, the paladin has been reworked a lot, and if you're interested, I have of course made guides on the matter, so if you feel a little lost, that's a great place to start if you want to try something completely new. And while new paladin is similar to old paladin, it is different enough that I would say that it feels new. Santo says, I main a tank and rarely play other roles, except occasionally melee, but Sage is the only healer I find fun. I think my favorite healer is also Sage, and I think the reason that I think you would find the reason that a tank main would especially find Sage fun is because if you like the dynamic of the defensive cooldown cycling, you know, keeping one defensive cooldown up at all times and things like that, then Sage, specifically, especially in dungeons, have sort of a similar playstyle. I sort of cover this in my Sage guide, especially my recent ones, because I did have ones near the start of Endwalker, but this recent one I have put a lot, like I've been much better able to speak on my knowledge of it because I play Sage a lot. the way that Sage plays in dungeons especially is that you're pretty much cycling the things that give a 10% damage reduction effect to keep it up on the tank, which is extremely comparable to a tank cycling, you know, 20 seconds rampart, and then you use the short defensive cooldown, then you have the 15 seconds of shadow wall or whatever you have, maybe you flip them up, and then you use the short defensive again, and then you have 10 seconds of reprisal, and then you have something else. Like, you like cycle through them to not be completely out of options at any one time. It's very similar, I feel. That's my guess. Maybe you have a different perspective on that, Santo. And Margaret says, I got that tank anxiety too hardcore to ever pick up Paladin. That's fair. Tanking isn't for everyone, but if you want some tips and tricks, like some advice, my best suggestions to help you get started on tanking would be, first, I would suggest you watch a Paladin guide to get started. If you have not tried Paladin at all, then you would be totally fine with just watching, like, for example, my starter guide for Paladin for the first 50 levels. You could even just watch up to, like, level 20 or so, because I do explain very briefly about how to use Rampart, how to pull things by then. I would also recommend you watch, I have a tank basics guide. It's from very late Shadowbringers, but all of the advice I give in that guide is relevant today. It's still relevant. So it gives you advice on how to pull, how to position yourself in a boss room, how to use your defensive cooldowns efficiently, things like that. So you have all of the knowledge that you need to be able to do your first dungeon sort of right. And then when you have all that in your toolbox, maybe you might find it helpful to watch some, like, you could watch some of my gameplay as a tank. Like, I have a VOD of me doing dailies as the new Paladin. You could watch that, or at least some of it, to see how I tank. Then you can see, you know, how someone you know knows how to tank. How I go about it, you can also see that I make mistakes. Like, I make mistakes, and it does, like, we don't die, we don't wipe from it for it. And then finally, and this is probably the biggest one based on what you just said, Makoto. Instead of doing dungeons through the duty finder, don't go here. Level Gladiator to 15 if you haven't started it. Get to level 15, then go here and do this one instead. Like, do Sastasha with NPCs. Because the NPCs will not be annoyed that you're pulling slowly. In fact, the NPCs, they single target. They only do single target DPS. So you pulling a huge section of enemies doesn't make the dungeon go much faster outside of the damage you can do yourself. But yeah, there are duty support for the entire MSQ of A Realm Reborn and all of Heavensward. Duty support is a new, relatively new feature they've really worked on in Endwalker. It's like an upgrade of, or like an expansion of the trust system from Shadowbringers. But yeah, if you go to duty, it's right here, duty support. Click that, and then you just choose a dungeon and practice with NPCs, Makoto. Eventually, you will find out that the NPCs, the healer, this eager conjurer, he is in fact so eager that he should be capable of healing you through doing a mega pull. Like a wall-to-wall pull. He can do that. You just need to do your part too with your defensive cooldowns and stuff, but he can do it. So you can practice wall-to-wall pulls. I just want to say that A Realm Reborn dungeons are terrible to practice wall-to-wall pulls because they let you pull way too much, which is also something that I mention in my tank basics guide. that the first many dungeons you're going to experience, there are no walls. So you're going to pull way more than is healthy. So I would recommend that. I can let me just find it actually. Let me just find it because as I said, it's from back in Shadowbringers, but it is accurate. All I say in it is accurate. So I would highly recommend it as somewhere to start. Vysels, Margoto says that they have tank anxiety, which means they have probably not played tanks. And if someone hasn't tanked much Vysels, then pulling wall to wall might seem very intimidating. Surely you can agree to that. Never played a tank before. Also, Lewell said earlier that you haven't done Palace of the Dead and you like the Pajali weapons. Well, you don't have to do solo Palace of the Dead to get the Pajali weapons, but it is a lot more fun if you can find a couple of friends to do it with. And Vitalita said, I think Scholar is the most fun for me, I'm guessing of the healers. I switched from Scholar to Sage when Endwalker came, because I like the barrier healers. And Santos says, I get that. I used to not care about tanking, but the aesthetic for Gunbreaker was so good. I've talked about how many new tanks we suddenly had at the start of Shadowbringers. And then a few weeks later, a lot of them switched back to DPS or healer. And Will says, I made my friend comfortable tanking just by just sitting in call with them. Didn't even do much. Just reminded them to use mitigation. That's also a good idea. But it might be difficult if you don't have a friend to do that for you. And Margaret says, I know tanks should always have the best gear possible, and I hate to say it, but I've been in dungeons as a tank where my DPS had more health than me. That's not true. The tank doesn't need to have the best gear possible. You need to have as good gear as you can muster. Your healer should also have the best gear they can muster, and so should your DPS. If you don't have better gear, then you don't have better gear. If your gear is sufficiently behind on item level, then yeah, you should probably invest in a little bit better gear, but as long as your item level is sort of fine, then it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Sometimes you're going to queue in and one of the melee DPS has more health than you, because they have the best gear. That happens. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. It's not a problem with your gear if you're not wiping. And Santos says, I was full level 80 tome gear, level 89 dungeon. The tome gear for level 50 is good enough until level 60. The tome gear from level 60 is good enough until level 70, and the same for 70 to 80, and the same for 80 to 90. I would, however, recommend the moment that you can pick up the level 89 job gear, you should very, very much consider putting that on. However, you can only get that after doing the level 89 dungeon. And that's true, Vysels. The thing is that you have to build up to that point first. It's like playing Dark Souls and parrying all attacks because you know how to. You have to master that first. Like, when I play Stranger of Paradise, and I have played the first few stages of Stranger of Paradise many times, I have learned that you can beat the first level's boss very easily, or much more easily and more consistently, by parrying while using the fist weapons, because they have a built-in auto counter punch that does decent damage when you parry, but you need to know how to parry first. And when I played through the game on normal with companions the first time, I don't think I ever blocked. I only used the soul shield thing. And And then I would just stand back and cast spells while my companions did a lot of the work. But then I played through again on the hardest difficulty with no companions, and now I'm the tank. So I learned how to parry. But you learn that through practice. You have to learn to get really good. And yeah, exactly, Makoto. Only way to learn is to play. Oh yeah, Kosadi said something about being quiet earlier. I didn't even respond to that. I'm sorry about that. Kosadi said, excuse me for poofing off all of a sudden. I'm doing new cop memes with my friends, so I'm focused on that. Hey, if you like to just sit in on the stream, you don't have to talk in the stream. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I'm actually impressed that you would like to have me on stream while you're doing something really difficult. As long as you're having fun, Kosari. And Sansa says, you learn a lot by just playing. I remember doing my first Savage like a year ago on Gunbreaker. Or like years ago. The amount of triple weaving to get in my defensives. Yeah, and now it comes naturally, and I know when tank busters come based on rotation. And making room for defensives comes naturally. Santu, here's an interesting thing. I had a friend a while back that had beaten multiple ultimates. So, more than one ultimate fight, right? And they learned from a starter, my first warrior guide, back in Shadowbringers, my starter guide for warrior, they learned that sprint lasts 20 seconds if you use it before you enter combat. This person who had done ultimates, remember. And this is the reason why I say that being good at the game in general is good. Just being able to beat an ultimate does say something about your capability to beat content, but being good at the game is not the same as being good at one fight, right? And that's why I spend a lot more time on learning jobs, mastering jobs, playing the game in general, because I feel like mastering, you know, the basics and general gameplay of every job is more interesting. But it's still valuable to be good enough to beat a Savage boss or an ultimate. And Margaret says, if I can play all the Souls games, I should be able to tank in Final Fantasy XIV. Not comparing the two, just saying I can do something difficult. And Vizel says, oh, actually, Dark Knight is super Souls comfortable because the shield is used to be broken. It's like a pseudo parry. Yeah, you could say that. It's the short defensive cooldowns on tanks. It's like that. Vizel says, for example, I've never used a shield in Souls because I don't like them. I never liked parrying in Dark Souls and finish the games without using shields. I love to block. I was, the first time I played through a little bit of Dark Souls 3, I was very dismayed to find that I couldn't block or grab. Because I tried a lot. And Sansa says, I've not quite done ultimates yet. But I plan to do older ones soon when I get done with Shadowbringers relic grinding for best in slot. Oh boy. Buckler is the way to go. I like big shields. Very big shields. Let's see if we can continue this MSQ a little bit. Well, it says, what's a good duo comp for farming Pajali weapons? I have a friend that wants them too. If you're not trying to run fast and just want to practice and see how far you can get, I would recommend doing a tank healer composition. In particular, I would recommend, if you have the jobs, one of you play Paladin and one of you play Scholar or Sage. The reason why I say Scholar or Sage is because Palace of the Dead caps out at level 60, and because of some shenanigans with how the jobs scale, Sage and Scholar feels incredibly overtuned in some aspects for the first 60 levels or so, if not more. And the fact that you can do healing while attacking automatically is very helpful. Similarly, Paladin gets Clemency, so if for some reason you need to heal more, Paladin is in a really good position to do that. Warrior doesn't get Nascent Flash in Palace of the Dead, so even though they get Raw Intuition, they can't heal the healer. Paladin can. So that's what I would suggest. That's not a very quick composition, but it is very helpful for playing safely. Make sure the Paladin is carrying a Phoenix down, just in case. And I recommend having a tank, because it can help with making a lot of the boss fights easier.
This is it. Gods, he'd better be in there. Someone scrawled all over the stone a while ago, but I had it scrubbed off and thought no more about it.
So no one thought to check if the coffin was still occupied. Well then, we are presented with but one course of action. And we had best be sure we are not observed in the doing of it. Shall we begin?
Oh dear. We seem to be missing a corpse.
Oh dear.
Well, it must be somewhere. I only hope it isn't walking around.
If there's no corpse, then are we to conclude the rumors are true?
Not necessarily. We might still be dealing with a doppelganger of some kind. An agent could have been sent to dispose of the body in a bid to lend credence to the tale of Xenos' resurrection. More and more, however, I find myself siding with Alvino's theory of Asian possession. Speaking from experience, I can tell you they have no qualms about taking a living host, let alone a dead one.
You're saying an Asian is walking around in Xenos' body?
It seems a distinct possibility. Once I have put this grave back the way we found it, I shall pay a visit to the people responsible for interring the Crown Prince. Before leaping to any conclusions, I want to know for sure if a body was ever buried here, and how certain we are that Xenos was properly dead.
If he wasn't, that was some trick. He as good as cut his own head off. Anyway, Robon needs to hear about this. If you find anything out, send word to me at Ralga's Reach. I don't know why I'm surprised. With matters settling down in Doma, we were due to do another crisis. Shall we make for the Rising Stones then? It's past time we shared these developments with the others. While I was waiting for you to arrive, I spoke with Urianger over Link Pearl.
How were you waiting for me to arrive? We went together.
While I was waiting for you to arrive, I spoke with Urianger over Link Pearl and gave him a full report. Yustola is on her way and should be here any. Alisei, Caetsu, 'tis good to see you safe and well. What news have you from the east? Disturbing developments indeed. Given all that we know, I too would conclude that an Asian would now inhabit Xenos' body. A doppelganger might fool the Crown Prince's subordinates, but Caetsu, nay, Alphino had the right of it. Would that his wisdom extended to the question of his own safety. Capable though he has become, he ventures alone into the enemy's stronghold, and the shadowy web of the Paragons, like as not. When it comes to making rash decisions, I'm hardly in a position to criticize, but I'm worried. I just wish there was something I could do for him besides pray.
Do we get a meanwhile? Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. We cannot suffer icons to exist. Was I not clear on this point? More than clear. The icon in question was summarily dispatched by the Warrior of Light. The summoner's dead and the rite beyond repeating. Everything proceeded according to plan, every party behaving exactly as required. My methods may seem extreme, but there is no cause for concern. I work only to ensure the salvation of this star. Yeah, that's how Xeno speaks, you see. What are you doing fiddling with that thing? I asked you a question, soldier. What are you? Have you lost your mind? Ah! I have lost many things, but my mind is yet my own. There upon the stage I stood, prepared to take my final blow, only to find that the finale was but an intermission. Shall I use this chance to repent for my sins? Embrace goodness and mediocrity? Nay, I think not. While the one I yearn to face yet lives, the hunt must go on. Speaking of the thing with Paladin and shields, I've talked about this before. The reason why I really like shields, and I feel like Paladin, like by design, only really makes sense with a shield. But it's more like I feel like it almost looks unbalanced if you don't have a shield. Your pose looks weird because you're holding your left arm forward because there's a shield on it. But you don't have a shield. But that's just my opinion, of course. If I don't want to use a shield, I would play Gunbreaker. Then you have a free hand. Vita Lighter says, it's just a phase, Mom. Thancred, probably. Myself says, by the way, they never answered how in the world Xenos chose specifically that random Alamegan, did they? I don't think so. He just randomly appears. Like that. Like when I wasn't paying nearly as close attention to the story back when I played through it the first time, I had no idea why this character was presented like he was important. Like I had no idea. It didn't hit me very quickly that it was Xenos. Oh yeah, anyone curious, that is Xenos. I didn't ponder it very much. It's been an eventful few days, hasn't it? But I suppose all we can do now is wait for word from Alphino. I don't recall the last time I had nothing pressing to be getting on with. We should probably make the most of it. Shall I put on some tea? Yes. Tea would be lovely. You may regale me with the tale of your adventures in the Far East, and of your encounter with this new primal especially. I'll put the kettle on then. That table looks free if you'd like to take a seat. Oh boy! Upon sitting at the table, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Interesting. So this Tsukuyomi was summoned in much the same manner as Susanoo, via the medium of a sacred relic. That's right, they believe their gods, or kami, reside in physical objects. Given the danger they represent, it may behoove us to begin a catalogue of such relics, but if we are to contain the threat, we will require a better understanding of the summoning method itself. I believe I shall pay a visit to Doma, and learn what I can on the subject. A fine idea, and I know for a fact that our friends in Doma would be grateful for any information which could help to prevent further summoning in the region. I will pen you a letter of introduction. Lord Ian will wish to welcome our resident expert on aetherology. Greetings. Could it be that I'm in time for tea? It certainly looks that way. Come on, sit down and tell us how your investigations went. That was quick. Just a moment, Visel says, wait, I remember now, wasn't that poor random dedicated to care about Xeno's tomb or something? That could be. That is possible. That would make a connection. After you left, I went about questioning Bloodhole's gravekeepers. They all told much the same story. Once Lees and her officers had confirmed Xeno's dead, his corpse was interred under strict supervision. There seems little reason to doubt their testimony on that point, but when I mentioned the defacement of Xeno's grave, accounts grew rather more vague. None reported having seen any suspicious persons in the vicinity, and all assumed the act to have been perpetrated by a vengeful Alamegan. Crucially, however, I was able to confirm that when the offending scroll was removed, as per Lisa's instructions, no one involved thought to check the contents of the coffin. By that stage, it is like that the corpse was already missing. Assuming Xenos has not, in fact, risen from the dead, we are left with two possibilities. Either the body was disposed of to lend credence to the claims of an extremely committed impostor, or an Asian has taken up residence within it. If Asahi was as fervent a devotee as you believe, he would not have been fooled by an impersonation. However committed, we must assume that we are dealing with an Asian, and proceed accordingly. Agreed. The question is, how many more such monsters are waiting for Alphino and Garlemald? Thank you for checking in, Visels. Have a good day. Their presence was his chief reason for going. He understood the risks. I only hope he did not underestimate the extent of the infestation. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Hypersonic Assault Craft FFXIV, is that 125? What is L? It's 50-25. Master Alphino, we are making good speed towards our destination. Is aught amiss? Nay, 'tis just I can see naught from my cabin, and was curious to know the land over which we flew. Ah, I'm afraid our military craft are built with little thought for such niceties. I'm happy to indulge your curiosity, however. We are presently passing over the burn on the western edge of Othard. Even with the benefit of a porthole, your gaze would have been greeted with naught but moms upon moms of lifeless earth. I've read something of the burn. It was described as a desolate wasteland, where drieth every last drop of ether. Aye, it is believed that a succession of icon summonings was responsible. When Emperor Solos first came to Othard and beheld this blight, he is said to have reeled at the scale of the devastation. He declared icons a threat to our very star's existence, and issued an empire-wide decree ordering the eradication of all such entities. Oh, so it's the Burns' fault. Report. We're under attack, sir. Magitech armor. No visible designation. Magitech? But who? Ah! All cannons, return fire. Damage report. The main reactor's been hit. Helm unresponsive. We're going down, sir. Damn it! They knew exactly where to hit us. All hands, brace for impact. Well, if it was Guardians. Could you imagine if Alphino went out like this? Glad to have you back, Master Alphino. We've landed in one piece, more or less. But the air filtration system is damaged, and the ship is filling with smoke. We must gather the survivors and get out while we still can. Aye. Ta-da! Surprise! Surprise duty. Ta-da! Is this the first time we do this? Let's see, what do we have? Ruin. Physic. Tri-shackle. On a 30 potency. Wow. Wow. It's very expensive too. But back in Stormblood, spamming AoEs wasn't very common. That sort of makes sense. And then we have Starstorm. Just randomly we also have a limit break. And we also have a pet, but we can't tell it to do anything. So I suppose it'll just work automatically. What? Oh. I've never noticed that button before. Are you kidding me? I missed this just walking forward. My thanks. I don't think I would have made it. Yes, you very likely saved his life. The question of who would try to take it remains, however. Put these last few out of their misery. The prince wishes none left alive. The prince? They've not come to parley, I fear. Ready your weapons. Da 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 da. Boop. Oh, nice. I want a buff like this. Newell says, if praying is not enough, then how about pray tell? Beanos. You like jazz?
Confound it! Not here! Not like this. Nice shot! Where did the rest of the planes go? He shot one. What? Who in the Emperor's name? Enemies of our enemies. Introductions can wait. You are calm in a crisis, Master Alphino. Let us finish this then. Ah yes, the menacing mercenary, who casts the multi-crosses that only we've seen like Gaius use, and Fodola has used sort of a little bit, but mostly Gaius is known for those. Well, not exactly. Most people that completed the MSQ back in the day, before the recent reworks, would not have seen these crosses very much. I don't believe they were very prevalent in the original version of the Praetorium. Still, it's very clearly supposed to be an indication of who he is, I think. Ah, child's trick. Should we be attacking the same one, maybe? Didn't notice everyone was hitting the same sky armor. My thanks, boy. Down with you! Oh yeah, he does the triple cleave that Fodola also used. Pretty funny, it's almost like the Garleans has like a special job stone that they give with their gunblades. Comes with a cross slash line AoE and the triple swings. Can we get that as a job? Garlean Gunbreaker. My thanks. Your intervention proved most timely. Well, I did not think to meet an Eorzean in this place, let alone a scion. You know of me, sir? I have some small history with your order. But I would speak of the present. Know you your assailants, and the severity of your predicament?
The soldiers bore the insignia of the Emperor's personal guard. And I could venture a guess as to their motive, but you yet have us at a disadvantage, sir. Will you not tell us who you are?
Our names. Our names are not yours for the asking. And as for our purpose, let this be your answer. I collect masks.
An Asian mask?
The face of our prey. You can keep it. We must away before more arrive. Come with us or stay, but make your choice now.
Even should we manage the long trek out of the burn and secure passage to the capital, we would no doubt be greeted by the Emperor's guard. Indeed, we accept your gracious offer, Yeah, huh? Bit awkward you didn't give a name.
Shadowhunter will suffice for the present. It perfectly matches my edginess. Come. Look at this. I have 7 kills. Including the one I dropped on the floor just before. Can you give me that back, by the way? Can you grab it for me? I need to be able to show my KD score. It's important to me.
This is intolerable, but as much as I wish it were otherwise, there's nothing we can do for Alphinaud now but pray for his success.
Well, that didn't work.
Well, that is not entirely true. While your brother journeys to Garlemald from the east, I could make my way there from Alamigo and find out what there is to learn. That there is to be learned in the Empire's western provinces. Then I'm coming with you. I can't very well sit here sipping tea if there's action to be taken. Forgive me, Alice, but the provinces are hostile territory and stealth is all important. It is safer that I go alone. I can sneak well enough when the situation demands it. Don't patronize me.
I'll go with him.
We should leave this to Thancred. The whole point is that he's one person. Not you too. I understand your frustration, Alice, but Caetsu has the right of it. We must defer to Thancred's expertise in this matter. Fine, just promise you'll be careful.
Angry Kai. Angry Smol Kai. She hasn't got any candy recently. She's very angry.
It seems that praying is to be the extent of my contribution after all, but I will stay behind as I have been bid. We all have our talents. Mine just happened to involve a silver tongue and soft soles. I promise to send word the moment I learn aught of consequence. Yours, by the way, Alice, has recently been very commonly to not participate in things. For reasons. Don't worry about it. See that you'll notify me too. I mean to depart for Doma as soon as I find a suitable East Aldenard vessel to bear me thither. But I shall return if I am needed. Be sure to drop in whenever you're next in the area, Caetsu. With any luck, I'll have a painfully detailed report from Alphinaud to share. Will you, though? You have learned the emote Ponder. Will you, though, Alizé? Will you, though? Oh, Kaitsu, if you've come here hoping for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Everything is exactly as it was. Y'shtola is still investigating primals in the Far East, Thancred is still gathering intelligence in the Imperial provinces, and Alphino is still out there somewhere. Huh? There's been no word since his first scheduled report, nor does he respond to calls, and all the while, I'm just meant to sit around here waiting. It's driving me mad. Begging your pardons, I bear a message from the Eorzean Alliance. Who does? Thank the gods for that, we have a visitor. Welcome to the Rising Stones. If you have a message, I should be most eager to hear it. My lady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of ASEAN interference, and they humbly request the presence of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Having assessed intelligence provided by the Elamigan resistance concerning the whereabouts of Xenos' remains, they too suspect ASEAN involvement and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost authorities on our foe, your Order's counsel would be most welcome. Of course, we should be glad to assist in whatever way we can. With almost everyone else afield, I'd say this one falls to us, but by which I mean, I'm not going on my own. You'll come with me, I trust. Of course I will. I'd rather not. There you have it. We accept the invitation. Thank you. The time and date of the meeting will be shared in due course, but I can confirm that the council will take place in Alamigo. By your leave. I somehow doubt we'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely at a meeting would still be better than nothing than the nothing I've been doing of late. Let's make ready to depart, shall we? Thancred, what's going on, man? Thancred, what's going on, man? Alright, just be careful on the road back. You hear? Did I hear right, Riol? Is Thancred coming back? Aye, that he is. Says he's acquired some important intelligence. He decided to tell it to me instead of you for some reason. Being in Guardian territory, though, he couldn't risk sharing the particulars in case the Imperials were listening in, so he said he'd head back as quick as he could, and to make sure someone was waiting for him in the Elamigan quarter. Understood. Caetsu and I will go. Wait, what? We're bound for Alamigo anyway, and there's sure to be time before the council begins. Come on, let's be off. Thanks, Rio. Bye. Duel says, which Spider-Man is your favorite? I don't know. I don't consume enough Spider-Man to have a particularly strong opinion on that. However, I know my nephew really likes the Green Goblin. Hum. Just drops me in a maze and goes, find the exit. Llewell says, only ask because Tobey Maguire, the original Spider-Man, mentioned that he wants to star in another one again. Might be cool to some people. I'm sure. Especially, I think Tobey Maguire is very popular, isn't he? Oh yeah, I think a lot of people would be happy with that. I would be happy with that too. The thing is, I might just not see it because I don't watch a lot of movies. You two are a sight for sore eyes. Now, all I need is water for my parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Traipsing through Imperial territory is thirsty work.
God, I needed that.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado, then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well. The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance. But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
There is at least a spark of hope, then.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight. The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamegan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire. That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Doma has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
And who do they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that. Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him. Then it's as we feared.
Yes, an Ascian wears his skin. But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
But Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding him there in secret?
The possibility did cross my mind, but I have reason to believe he never reached his destination. As you know, Scions assigned to covert operations, such as Riol and myself, are issued special link codes for communication in the event of an emergency. I mention this because it was originally Alphino's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
You spoke with Alphino?
Spoke with? No. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. the burn.
The wasteland on the edge of Otherd. Something must have happened to them there. There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
I had a feeling you might say that.
And? I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphino's in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Oh, far be it from me to change your minds.
Yeah, the chicken tenders. The chicken tenders. They're ready to fry.
It's a good meme. There's also one with the optional trials of Shadowbringers. I believe that meme is called Big Fat Tacos, in case you're interested. I think just looking it up on YouTube as Big Fat Tacos should lead you where you need to be. Loath though I am to neglect making preparations for the council, we must act swiftly before Alphino's trail goes cold. I propose we first pay Ian a visit. He's sure to want to hear about these developments, and he may well be able to advise us on how best to reach the burn. A sound plan, and Y'shtola is in Doma, is she not? I dare say she'd join you in the search if you ask her nicely. While you see to all that, I shall go and report my findings to the Alliance. You may leave any preparations for the Council to me. Thank you, Thancred. Thank you, Thancred. Don't thank me, thank Cred. Right, to Doma then. We have much and more to share with Y'shtola. That is curious indeed. While other matters demand my attention at present, I shall bear what you have told me in mind. Should you notice any change, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, my lady. You are most kind. Well, well, two faces from the dim and distant past. Come now, it hasn't been that long. Who was that you were speaking with? A local miner who supplies crystals for the rebuilding effort. Of late, he claims to have struggled to find a crystal with so much as a trace of elemental energy. Upon learning that, I had some knowledge of ether. He came seeking my counsel. Just now he brought me one of his recent finds. It was precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy, and eerily reminiscent of the D-aspect crystals that manifested in Eosa in the days prior to the calamity. We would be wise to investigate this phenomenon more closely. Indeed, but on a more positive note, the locals seem to have taken a liking to you. More an interest in than a liking to, I think. The sight of a Mikote with a peculiar contraption upon her head? Where? On your head? Where? What? Upon her head has a certain novelty value in these parts. Any actual regard they may have for me owe wholly to you and the others who came before. Everyone here has been exceedingly cooperative, and I am pleased to report that I have all but concluded my investigation. Simply put, by focusing one's will upon an ether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. So, the fact that they are objects of worship is the key? They are themselves suffused with the requisite belief? Correct. Such sacred relics as the Kojin collect obviate the need for religious fervor in the summoner. Yotsuyu being the most obvious example. She had but to associate the artifact given to her by Asahi with the divine, and it served to amplify her desires and give them form. A form nourished through the power of crystals, also provided by her brother, and thus was Tsukuyomi brought into being. Which brings me to the question of preventative measures, to which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present, I know of naught that will avail us, save to keep watch over the movement of relics and crystals, as if we did not have enough to keep watch over already. But I doubt you came all this way to hear that which may be posed in a report. Has something happened to Alphino? Yes. I shall join you in the search, of course. Thank you, Y'shtola. I should be glad of your help, truly. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall go on ahead and request an audience with Lord Hien. Alasei puts on a brave face, but she has little talent for concealment. We should join her at the Kian-Kan. Newell says, I also don't call them cat girls anymore. Anything anywhere that has feline features I call Mikote. Does that include Rothgar? And also, I think it's very interesting that an item that people associate with something sacred or divine becomes enough to do a summoning, which means that the reason why there's not really a solution to that problem is, let's say you removed all of these items of worship from the Kojin, just removed all of them, just stole them away, they would just find different objects to use as items of worship, and then they would become, you know, summoning items. It doesn't matter if you remove all of them, because they'll just find something else to pray to. You don't call Rothgar Mikote? No, they're not feline. They are lions or something. And yes, that's feline, but they're not cats, you see. It's okay, I'm just teasing. Greetings, my friend. Alizé has explained all to me. Needless to say, you shall have our full cooperation in the search, even if Alvino's trail does lead to the burn, of all places. Feel the burn! The region known as the Burn occupies a special place in Gallian history. Every child in the Empire is familiar with the tale. In the distant past, it was a verdant land teeming with life, but successive summonings saw it bled dry of ether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation that primals had wrought that Emperor Solus was spurred to embark upon his crusade against their kind. The burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alvino might have gone there? Aye, mischance. Though it lies on the route to Garlemald, it is no place to make a stop. My guess is they encountered some matter of trouble there. In any event, I am of the same mind as Alizé. We have no choice but to take our search to the burn. Given the considerable distance involved, 'tis best we went by bird. Kaitsu and I have our yawls. Yukiri, will you ready falcons for the others? I shall gather our swiftest birds. Near the House of the Fierce, there is an overlook. Pray join us there once you have seen to your preparations. Newell says, Hrothgars aren't catgirls though, that is true. But a Hrothgar can be a best girl in the right circumstances. Sansa says, I swear Yoshi-P is such a liar. He said Extreme 3 of Endwalker would be Savage level, and it was fairly easy for an Extreme. Now he said Omega Protocol won't be harder than Dragonsong Reprieve, but it looks to be. How long did it take for DSR to be beaten? Like, how long did it take? Let's see, it took 6 days for one of the top racing teams to clear it, according to a quick Google search. 6 days. So not even a week. Omega Protocol came out Tuesday, yeah? So that means if they don't beat it tonight, then by the logical reasoning that one taking longer than the other means that one is harder than the other, means that the top is only phase 5 now, and there's probably at least 1 or 2 more phases that we haven't seen. Well, that says enough, I suppose. I didn't follow the race in DSR either. I was too busy with other stuff, so I didn't see it. That's why I don't know much about this. But I guess maybe what Yoshi-P means is that maybe Omega Protocol is just difficult in a different way? Because difficulty is difficult to place. Like, here's the thing. Some players find a specific job easier to play than others. For example, I believe that the easiest healer to play once you've learned the basics is Sage. But I'm pretty sure a very large amount of players would disagree because they believe White Mage is easier. But the thing is that the things that I think about is that there are certain things that make White Mage slightly more difficult. There are also some things that make Sage slightly more difficult. It depends on how often this is difficult for you. In the same way, maybe the reason why Yoshi-P says that DSR is supposed to be harder than Omega Protocol is because the things that people are having trouble with in Omega Protocol are things that Yoshi-P didn't expect people to find difficult. Oh, and you agree with me on Sage being easy. Excellent! And Will says, would you agree if I say that Sage is best for raids? For Extremes, Savage, and Ultimate, I would say that it tends to be the case that Scholar is capable of dishing out slightly more damage, like ever so slightly more, overall. However, if you actually need your healing tools, like if you Scholar has the Ether Flow and Sage has its Adder Skull. If you need those, then Sage is probably better because Sage derives 0 damage gain from them, which means you have them for healing, and Sage's damage is balanced around that fact. So if you need those resources, then Sage is better. If you need a gigantic shield, like if you need a huge shield for some reason, you don't, because if you did, then Sage would be unviable entirely. But if a huge shield would make a mechanic easier, then Scholar is superior because Scholar can apply a bigger shield. Can. More consistently than Sage can. And then they can use deployment tactics to spread it. But in most cases, this is like a detail. And Sansa says there was some sage who solo healed P8S phase 2 first month of the tier, and that fight was notorious for testing skills of healers. That is actually wild. That reminds me of back when I raided in Mist of Pandaria in World of Warcraft, the world first on Garrosh Hellscream heroic 10-man solo healed it with a holy priest, which was so absurd because no one played Holy Priest. And the reason no one played Holy Priest was because the only thing Holy Priest did better than another healer was that they had the strongest healing. But they were slightly slower than all the other healers at everything, which meant that if you had 2 healers, then usually the Holy Priest would be too slow to react, so the other healer would end up with all the burden. But if you only have 1 healer, then Holy Priest had the most powerful cooldowns, the most powerful healing, and then they additionally had the ability to switch to a damage mode, quote unquote, a little bit like Cleric stance that we used to have in Final Fantasy. Which meant in phases where there was no healing needed, the Holy Priest could turn into an extra DPS, and they had already sacrificed a healer for an extra DPS, so you could imagine that they were speedrunning really hard. But I think it's an interesting comparison that Sage also has this kind of ability. And I really appreciate that you share this story with me, Santo, about Sage, because people often forget things like that. People often focus too hard on which of a specific role does the biggest damage number. Forget all of the utility aspects of a job. I like to focus on that because that is truly what makes jobs stand out a bit more. Paladin stands out from having clemency. Sage stands out from being able to do that. Reaper stands out from their arcane crest giving them raid-wide healing on the regular. Things like that. And Sansa says there's so many bleeds and other consistent damage in P8S phase 2 that Sage becomes very handy. Also being able to throw shield while moving is great. Not to mention Kirakoli just being so easily applied, where Sacred Soil would sort of require people to stand somewhere specific and things like that. But the thing is that it is situational, is what I'm trying to get at, Lewell. If you had said, would you agree that Scholar is best for raids? I would also have given you a vague answer, because the answer is no healer is best for raids. And Sansa says, especially since during high concept, boss is untargetable for about a minute, so GCD healing being DPS loss isn't something you think about. That is true. That is interesting. If everyone is here and possessed of a bird, let us away. Remember, our destination is a barren wasteland. There's no civilization to speak of for 100 moms in all directions. Take care you do not lose your way. The burn, now accessible. Oh, it was like 8 minutes. And then not 8 minutes. Sansa says, I think for ultimates as well, Sage would be a great pick since it has mechanics with a lot of movement and untargetable bosses. You might be right on that. I think the reason that
Make ready, friends. We are come to the burn.
the music in this dungeon is absolutely awesome. The argument for why players that try to maximize DPS prefer Scholars is specifically because it has the ability. Scholar has the ability to turn excess resources into more damage through energy drain. The irony there is that Sage's damage is balanced around not having that option, which means that Sage does more DPS without using something similar to energy drain. Now, the reason why Scholar is sometimes preferred anyway is because of change stratagem. Sage has no raid cooldown, Scholar has a raid cooldown. Yeah, exactly, and Santa was exactly talking about this. I love Scholars and Reclears because it makes my 2-minute cooldowns hits really hard. Yeah, it's the same, actually, it's a similar situation with White Mage and Astrologian. And there's been a lot of discussion about these subjects in the comment section of my healer comparison video. People pointing out that while yes, Scholar and Astrologian technically have the ability to do more DPS over the course of a fight, that is assuming that your party is actually delivering and doing the maximum DPS during burst windows. Which means that if you are in a party that isn't doing that, then you would probably be better served by having a selfish damage based healer like White Mage or Sage. And yes, technically White Mage and Sage are selfish DPS just like Black Mage and Samurai and Machinist. They have no raid buffs. I think that's really funny to think about. You have a healer that could realistically be viewed as a selfish damage dealer. And that's very interesting, Santo, because that's exactly what I've heard, is that people prefer White Mage because they're really, really good at keeping people alive. Of course, that is in general over any healer, while what you're thinking about is between Scholar and Sage. Sage would be the better choice, which makes sense based on what we were just discussing. Yeah, I think Sage might be really, really strong and like just keeping consistent healing through Keracholi and Physis for that matter. Oh no. I don't know why he stood with me. I didn't make that. Way too greedy on my part. That is also a good point, Sanso. Just having a 10% damage reduction, and in fact multiple of them through Sage, because they have more of them than Scholar does, might help tremendously when you can't always rely on the tanks being able to coordinate reprisal. That is a very interesting perspective, that that Sage becomes more powerful in party finder context. Sandro says, I'd be interested to see how Square Enix takes feedback from this Savage tier, because people said not enough healing, so they made every mechanic in later fights do most of your health bar, which of course means that you have to do a lot more healing. And this tier thusly had the least amount of healer players, I guess because it was too difficult to be a healer. And like a massive healer shortage because of how much harder it is this tier. Well, I think an interesting counterpoint to that is that the reason why players found it brutally difficult this tier is because people have become used to the fact that you don't have to cast very much healing, because things don't hit hard enough. And then when they make things hit hard enough, suddenly people have to start casting healing, but it feels completely alien to do that. Like, it feels wrong to cast a heal when you could be casting attacks. That's my guess. I don't know if that's the problem. But it should certainly be concerning if a huge amount of players in a specific role suddenly disappears because they find it too difficult. There's also a mitigation issue. Oh, okay. I missed a lot of my burst. Oh boy. And that is also a good point, Sansa. It's very common for players to blame healers when something goes wrong. This was also something we talked about earlier when I believe it was Vita Leite that asked that we're talking about which role has the most responsibility. And I mentioned that part of the reason why healers end up with most of the responsibility is because often when things go wrong in content, it's easier to blame the healer because, well, we died because we didn't receive enough healing. Who provides the healing? That's the healer. So that was probably, if not entirely, it was probably in part your fault, right? I don't think so. I don't think that jumping to conclusions like that is a good thing. It was just more to like make a point. But how you could come to that conclusion. And if you're playing the role that gets the most blame, the moment that an encounter becomes particularly difficult for your role, you get blamed even more. And that's not fun. Sandra says, earlier in the tier, before everyone overgeared DPS jobs basically had to use their personal mitigation to not die in the last mechanic in P8S phase 2. And there's like 5 massive raid-wide damages back to back. And I suppose the problem was that often DPS wouldn't do that? Is that a correct assumption, Santo? Like, randoms wouldn't use their mitigation and then be surprised when they died. You know, this reminds me of... So I didn't raid Savage in Stormblood. But one thing that I know from Stormblood raiding, and before that, is that people got used to the fact that tanks could hold aggro without using their tank stance. So they use the damage stance all the time. In, you know, the top raid teams, they would do this. But the thing is that the only reason that worked was because all of the DPS were using their enmity mitigation tools, like for instance the Dragoon using... what was it called? They had a cooldown that made it so that for the next 20 seconds they did half enmity or something like that. And elusive jump also cut your enmity in half or something like that. So you had a lot of control if you used it. But the thing is that in random groups, DPS wouldn't use it, and then when inevitably the tank would lose aggro if they used the DPS stance all the time, the tank would be blamed for not generating enough enmity, even though it was the DPS making the mistake, right? I believe that this kind of blame game is part of the reason why they removed enmity as a significant factor in fights and simplified it, because players couldn't control it. This time, on the other hand, you can't have an MMO like this. This cannot fly for like, if people can't even be bothered to use defensive cooldowns, that's not something we can fix. That is something that players have to work through. We can't make boss fights simpler because the average random DPS in Party Finder doesn't want to use it, right? On an unrelated note, it appears there is a chance that our healer does not know how to use Asuna, or does not want to use Asuna on a dot. Because our tank is having a rough time because of dots. They are, however, a sprout, so it is probably because they are still learning. And Santo says, I kind of liked that you have to mitigate the auto attacks in phase 2. Yeah, that is pretty interesting. I'm guessing that it's just that they did so much damage that you needed it. Back in A Realm Reborn encounters, the way you can see this reflected is that bosses would use tank busters with no prompt, so you couldn't use it preemptively very much. And sometimes they would just do random auto attack crits, so you needed to use mitigation on.
There you are. Between contending with bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I had begun to despair of finding you again.
Do you recognize the crashed ship over yonder? Mistress Alizé and I briefly inspected it. It is the vessel that bore Master Alphino away.
But there was no sign of him, nor of Maxima and his people.
War Machina. It would seem they were involved in a struggle. There may be clues. We should split up and search the area.
I'll go with Scooby.
These were no ordinary soldiers. Over here! The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard. Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphino is his prisoner?
We don't know that yet.
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphino is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphino is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Where in the world are you, brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
I will be right back, and then we continue. Alright, I'm back. Santo says, I feel like they had some oversights on TOP testing, the newest ultimate. People are hitting buff caps on that fight, which can push off some useful buffs, so people aren't taking certain jobs to avoid it. Yeah, the thing is that when you hit buff caps, jobs stop working right. Like, just going down the list, Paladin stops being able to get requiesced stacks. They might not be able to get Sword Oath. Maybe they can't get Divine Might. Warriors might not be able to get to use their Infuriates correctly. Dark Knights might not be able to use Delirium. Gunbreakers could miss out on Gnashing Fang ready so that they can't use Continuity. Monks might not have their damage buff. Dragoons could miss out on Dive ready. Ninjas could lose out on Bunchen stacks. Samurai might not have all of their buffs. They could miss out on their big finisher attack. What was its name again? And Reapers, they could click Arcane Crest for a shield and then it just doesn't appear. And so on. Like every single job would have problems. I've seen a particularly hilarious one where a black mage clicks ley lines and it says ley line dodge. And you said the same thing. But yeah, exactly. That is a problem. I don't know how they could miss this. Hopefully that gets fixed. Well, that was a decidedly uneventful journey. I almost found myself hoping for a sandstorm. Joking aside, I'd say our birds are due a good brush down and a treat or two, wouldn't you? I had hoped to steal a moment's rest after our little outing, but it would seem duty calls. A foreign emissary arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could fail to be impressed by the presence of the Scions. At least, none I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it will be useful. Thank you. Let us return to my manor then. I think it's really funny that the Scions spent so much time just being like, could you just be present? I'm pretty sure that whoever I'm receiving would be impressed if you were just here. You don't have to say anything, you just have to be here. Says, I am definitely seeing this fight being the first ultimate. I can't see them with this being the first ultimate they nerf. It could be. I think there's also a chance that the fight might be easier if they raise the buff cap. Like if jobs don't randomly start failing to function, it might not be as hard, right?
Lise, what brings you here?
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Hien. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail? Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Doma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varys' blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varys' orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family, the Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a dormant citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
The servants of chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Dorma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters. But come, Lys. You have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance. To make it official and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
I think, Santo, that many of the oddities with the fight, especially if there's a lot of DPS checks and stuff that are too brutal, would probably all be helped if there was no, buff limit issue. So, like, if they just increased the buff limit, so that was no longer in the way, then I don't think that it would be as tight or as difficult. Although I do think also that it is really funny, as you mentioned, that people choosing a machinist instead of a dancer, I'm guessing because machinist brings no raid buffs. And the only buffs that the machinist would apply in plenty is the same amount of, personal buffs that most jobs do. Where I believe the machinist now applies 5 stacks of hypercharge to itself. That's pretty much it. My advisors and I will presently convene to discuss the matters of Doma's defenses. You're welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain. Where the Asians are concerned, naught may be left to chance. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. I thank you for coming, Lys, even if it was on official business. I had hoped there might be time to show you the land you helped to save, but I will settle for a fleeting visit if needs must. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see a little of the Enclave. You've made excellent progress, I must say, and soon you'll have the chance to see how we're getting on too. Till the meeting, then. Caetsu, I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go, in private. Go on, my friend. I will send for Hakuro and the others in the meantime. Great, I'll wait for you at the docks. She really wants to be far away, huh? Can I talk with you in private? Sure. I have to get back to this meeting, though. Yeah. Meet me at the docks on the edge of this island that we're on.
Thanks for coming. Knowing you, you've probably guessed what I wanted to talk about. Alisaie, she's acting as if everything's alright, but it's clear she's barely coping. The Alisaie I know is overbearing, willful and reckless, and that's fine. It's how she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving, or she's afraid she'll fall apart. A lot like me. But the thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Papalimo, and now I have my friends in the Resistance, and Alisaie has you and the Scions. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't, and I'm sure you won't, but she's a good friend, and when I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please, make sure you give her all the support she needs, alright?
Leave it to me.
Thank you, Caetsu. It goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, you only need to ask. Well, I'd best be off. See you in Alamigo.
Santa says, what role do you think the 2 new jobs next expansion will be? I think that it's going to be a ranged physical and a mage. Now, for 2 reasons. Whereas before, when I've been asked previously, it has been just for 1. So, the first reason is... So, in a party, for some reason you can't see the party bonus in full when you're not in a party, but in a party, you need at least 1 of every role. So 1 healer, 1 tank, 1 melee, 1 ranged physical, and 1 mage. Otherwise you're lacking due to the party bonus. Then you need an extra tank and an extra healer, usually, except when a sage suddenly solo heals it, as you explained, Santo. But usually you need 2 healers and 2 tanks. But you only need 1 of each DPS type. Which means that there's 1 free slot for any DPS. And the only reason right now why it tends to be a melee is because melee DPS do more damage than ranged, simply because for some reason ranged DPS has this ranged tax, even though in hard content it is less and less of a factor. So on that front, there's 2 things that can happen. Either they buff ranged so that they're no longer being taxed for a benefit they're not getting anything out of, or 2, they will nerf the hitboxes on things so that melee has to work for it again. Those are the options, those are the ways we can go. Either they make it easier, keep it like it is, and buff the jobs that were paying for it, or they make it harder, and by comparison, melee will get nerfed. Either way, we have 4 DPS slots in a raid, and only 3 of them need to be a specific role, leaving a 4th one to be whatever you want. The fact that there are 5 viable melee DPS, 3 viable ranged physical, and 3 viable mages mean that, honestly, ranged physical and mage are severely lacking. It's just as likely that the 4th slot tends to be a melee DPS because there are so many melee DPS. So I think it's very natural to expect that the 2 new jobs that are coming will be a ranged physical DPS and a mage DPS. Now that's the first reason. The second reason, which is one I haven't mentioned before, is this. So, somewhat early in Endwalk, I believe it was around 6.1, they started talking about wanting to rework Dragoon and Astrologian. At first they said it was going to be in a future patch, then they changed it to be it's such a drastic overhaul that it has to be an expansion thing. What this means is that in the next expansion we're getting quote-unquote a new healer and we're getting a quote-unquote new melee DPS. We're already getting that. Additionally, due to the rework of Paladin just recently, we've just got a new tank, well, quote-unquote new tank, again in Endwalker. So we're not getting another tank. And if we were probably also getting another healer. And we are getting quote-unquote a new healer now. So we're not getting a healer, and we're not getting a tank, and we're probably not getting a melee DPS. Because Dragoon will be the quote-unquote new melee DPS. We're not getting any reworks to ranged physical, and we're not getting any reworks to mages. So those are the roles that are not getting anything. So I'm guessing they will get new jobs. What those jobs will be, however, I don't know. I have said before that I was hoping for some sort of damage over time based mage. That would be really cool to compensate for the hole that Summoner has left by being reworked. But I have no idea on the physical range DPS section. No idea. But it is an interesting subject. How about you, Sancho? What do you think? Because I really hope they add something that's thematically or aesthetically similar to Shaman from WoW. They could do that. Ah, there you are, my friend. Everyone has assembled, so let us begin.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, Yugiri, and correct I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea. "'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire. And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own. In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca. I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Not if we deny them access to the skies. During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual, but something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Azizlar. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Azizlar was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrias-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof,
But the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allegan field generators.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key Imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region. If an Imperial fleet were to advance upon Doma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the burn.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allegans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
A curious question. Besides Az's Law, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the 2 occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
You do?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe. Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
Welcome to the stream, Griveray. If your interest in doing the Heavensward Extreme Trials as you're progressing through Heavensward is to get practice, then you don't need to worry about that. Here's the thing, as you progress through the main story of Final Fantasy XIV, the normal content will also become gradually more difficult. And the first trial of an expansion will typically be designed around the fact that some players will be first-timers to raiding. So you don't need the Heavensward Extreme practice to be able to participate in Endwalkers, for instance. You don't have to do that. However, if you do a trial unsynced, you will probably not get very much experience, like practice out of it in general, because if you do a Heavensward trial unsynced, or an extreme one unsynced, then there's a good chance if you're bringing a full party or even a light party that the boss will die so fast that you will not get to experience much of the mechanics. But you don't need to do all of the content in order. The content of Endwalker will be plenty to teach you to raid well. You don't need to do Heavensward Extreme Trials to get that practice. If you just want the clear, like if you just want to complete the quest, get rid of it out of your quest log, then the easiest way to do that, and the fastest way, is to run it unsynced. Either grab a friend in your free company or something that is level 90 and see if they can help you, or maybe a few friends. Or try and ask in Limbs or Lominsa or something, or shout chat, or put up a party find and see if people join. And that is also the easiest way if you mainly want it for the glamour. You can always come back to the encounter later and try it synced for the challenge. But you should also remember that mechanics change over the years, so the kind of mechanics you would experience in Heavensward are distinctly different from what you would experience in Endwalker. So while you would have more practice with the concept of raiding difficult content, you would not get experience with the kind of mechanics you're going to be dealing with in Endwalker necessarily. So you don't have to worry about that aspect. I would, of course, recommend that when you're doing the main story quests and getting the normal trials and normal dungeons, that you do them synced. Because otherwise you're missing out that experience as well. I hope that helps you with your situation. And then Santos said, I want similar support to a shaman from World of Warcraft. Glad to hear it, Bravery. And also Santos said, and Bard and Dancer kind of filled the support part already. I think now that you mentioned it, Santos, I was thinking a heavy support mage, so like a super support mage that was like closer to something like how Bard and Dancer works, where it gains its main damage benefit from the party doing more damage, might be good. And that could actually still function with a damage over time heavy job, because that would both be, the job is buff and debuff heavy. I believe Green Mage from some other Final Fantasy games is supposed to be like a buff debuff guy. I have, however, heard that Yoshi P is not necessarily interested in duplicating jobs from the rest of the franchise as much anymore, which is also why we have Reaper now. But it's more to say that it could be, we could have a mage that, and it could be named Green Mage, it could be focused on dots for damage, and it could be a heavily support job that focuses on a lot of buffs. And that could combine to be a dot heavy mage that is heavy support, like a Dancer or a Bard. One of the main problems with Machinist as a selfish DPS is that if your selfish DPS is a Machinist, then you're losing out on a Dancer or a Bard. If your selfish DPS is a Black Mage, then you're losing out on a Red Mage or a Summoner, which is less bad in terms of the support you would be able to supply the selfish DPS. If your selfish DPS is a Samurai, then you're losing out on you know, a Ninja or Dragoon, a Monk or a Reaper. And those are also less supportive in nature. One of the main problems with Machinist as a DPS is that it is a selfish DPS and it happens to fill the most supportive slot. So if they added a mage that is heavy support, when they rework Dragoon, they lean heavier into the support, then they can add whatever they want for a new ranged physical. They could make one that is a little bit more like a Red Mage, where, you know, you have a little bit of range and a little bit of melee, so like make this like middle ground, like we have with Red Mage. But specifically making it so that we have a heavy support melee DPS and a heavy support mage, I think that would be really healthy for the ranged physical slot. And yeah, exactly, as Santos put it, Machinist suffers from opportunity cost. That is exactly right. And Santos says, I remember when I was a Sprout and doing Titan Extreme, minimum item level, no echo, and that was a fun experience. I could imagine it would be. It's just to say that you don't have to do it now, Gregory. You can postpone that to later and learn it later. And it will not affect your ability to master the game later. It is settled then. I will journey to the Azim Steppe with the Scions, Yugiri and Hakuro. I leave our other neighbors to you. My apologies, but I won't be joining you. I'm no aetherologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be of any great use to the mission. But more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins in the burn warrant attention. So, while you are away securing an energy source, I will engage our friends at Garland Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We'll need them in good working order if our plan is to succeed. I trust there are no objections. Come on, Alizé, could you not get Totaro to do it? Have care in the burn. Have care on the step. From what I hear, the Sailor like fighting with friends almost as much as foes. Good luck. Oh dear. Just the three of us. Just the three of us then. Very well. Shall we make first for reunion? Santo says, as far as balance goes, melee is probably the most balanced role. You could argue that Monk is slightly stronger than it should be. That is, that might be true. The only reason why I suggest that it would be good if one of the melee DPS was like extremely support focused is because if the mage role suddenly has a heavy support job, then it means that, let me put it like this. Right now, ranged has two heavy support jobs with Barda and Dancer, which makes Machinist have an opportunity cost problem. If mages get a heavy support job, then that also means that mages that are not the heavy support one has an opportunity cost. Which means that melee needs to also have one, such that you can put your heavy support jobs in any role you like for excessive optimization reasons. But you could have Dragoon, if that becomes reworked to a heavy support job, and a Dancer, and a Green Mage if it turns out to be that. And then your fourth job can be your selfish DPS, whatever that turns out to be. Whatever it turns out to be, doesn't matter. But it means that you can technically have any combination, you will still have plenty of support amongst your DPS. But yeah, you're right, Monk is a little excessive with the amount of tools that they bring. So this is the Asim step. The tales do not do it justice. If you think the view is impressive here, wait until we reach higher ground. Actually, seeing as it's your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
You know, Santo, I think it's very interesting that their solution to Riddle of Earth being a little bit too strong was to make Riddle of Earth more similar to how Riddle of Earth works in PvP now. I think that's very interesting. It's not exactly, because in PvP you use it, it reduces damage taken, sort of, I believe. I believe it absorbs damage, like records it, and then you can click it again to heal the damage again, and then also do damage back. While the PvE version is just, if you get hit, you get healed over time. But it's close enough to be similar, I'd say. From here, we shall travel to Mol Ilor. There we may ask Serena about the particulars of the myth and raise the matter of an alliance with the rulers of the steppe. Aren't we the leaders of the steppe? I'm pretty sure as the Han that we are the leaders, and it would be our call for the most part? I also think I would just mention that when I'm talking about that they might, like that they could rework Dragoon to be heavily support oriented, that doesn't mean that they might have to rework the rotation very much. Just to be clear. They could seriously just adjust Dragon Sight and Battle Litany to have significantly more value in a raid, and then add some sort of other buff that Dragoon applies to the raid in general. And then we're almost there.
Ian, Caetsu, I'm glad of your visit and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you?
There's a matter I would discuss with the Mol. It concerns not only the people of the steppe, but of every land in the Far East.
A shard of the shining moon left behind by a warfaring soul, and you need this to protect our lands?
I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried? This northern crag?
If that is your wish, in the mountains to the north, there's a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside this cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of Nama's power. There, I believe you will find what you seek.
Ah yes, I know the place. It's a brisk walk from here. And what are your thoughts on an alliance?
Should the Empire return, our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict whether we will it or no. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart. However... Among the tribes of the steppe, there are those who revere Nama above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are like to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. Ere you risk the ire of the followers of Nama, might you not first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we may then consider how best to earn their blessing.
I thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands. Thank you for your understanding. Though the Mole may reign over the steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war against their will. Nor we. 100-fold stronger are they who choose to fight of their own accord. That is a pretty huge difference, Santo. They're just losing effectively 2 defensive cooldowns in a raid. It seems the time is come to put my skills to use. Pray lead the way to the House of the Crooked Coin. We're somehow still not level 81. But we're getting close. But this does say a lot about how much experience level 70 dungeons give specifically. Not a lot. You would be very unlikely to find this randomly when you're just doing your main quest normally. Very nicely hidden away.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an elegant artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azys La from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area. An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
Oh look, a way to jump down again. Convenient. Like a huge staircase, in fact. found that which you seek, then? Great indeed is the Dust Mother's power. If not less will suffice to protect our lands, the blessing of the other tribes must now be sought. Of course, but to which tribe should we appeal? There are many who worship Nama, but none are so fervent in their faith as the Dothal. Their consent shall be the key.
Oh dear.
The Dothal. Lee spoke of them. A warlike tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will be well worth the effort. The Dothal fear nothing. They're the least of all, and our alliance would be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to Dothal Ka and treat with their cartoon, Sadu. Which is inconveniently really far away from any aetherite. And we do not have flying here yet. As I talked about, I think a little bit last stream, it's not unlikely that part of the reason why the post-game of an expansion can have a lot more of inconvenient traveling back and forth everywhere is because, well, you have had ample opportunity to unlock flying everywhere, so they might as well assume you have it. Possibly. And this is even more so the case for players that, you know, reached this point in the main quest and had to be stopped because there was no more main quest to be had. They had nothing better to do than to get flying everywhere. But given that we haven't had that kind of time, Smol Caetsu does not have that. I don't believe Smol Caetsu has flying in any zone that has not handed it freely. You think Aziz La does? But it's like the exception rather than the rule. Xanto says, I never unlocked flying while doing MSQ, but having all Endwalker zones cause of farming fates on Outjobs level. Do you not have flying in Heavensward, Stormblood and Shadowbringer zones then? And Krasadi says, I'm personally very lazy when it comes to unlocking flying. While I do have all of them now, I never get it on first visit, with few exceptions. Well, I would say, Sansu, that if you ever are like playing Final Fantasy XIV and have nothing better to do, it's not a bad idea to get flying everywhere. It makes it easier if you want to, you know, do something in a zone for any reason. Or if new content for some reason sends you back to old content, which does happen. You again? Other matters demand our time, Han. Unless it is battle you seek. Alas, not. Quite the opposite, in fact. Talking. Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power. Of course they do. They're the source of Nama's strength. To the Dothal, no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who would defile it. Though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition, then? You will join hands with us? I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield Nama's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow, but for leaving the step to fight the men in iron, I would have something in return. Namely battle with you, Han. Huh? The Nadam ended ere it began. I would face you again, alone, without distractions.
Defeat me, prove yourself the stronger, and you shall have the Dothal as your allies. Surely, these are agreeable terms? Well, this is not wholly unexpected turns of events, though I had assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the Cthulhu has made her choice. Shall we dance? Ha! It shall be a battle this step shall not soon forget. Ah, already my soul burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Han, and await me outside the car. I will gather my witnesses and join you anon. Ah. Is this when the legendary line happens? I think this is... We're getting really... We're approaching the legendary line at incredible speed. Santo, it seems you have some zones. Well, you can always, you know, just do a little bit of them every now and then. As I said, it's not like I'm saying you should get all of it, but it's like, if you're in the end game, it's like content you've left on the table, you could say. You might as well go and do it. And then you have done that. Because Heidi says, oh, it was from 4.4, I thought it was in 4.2. Well, Yustola just arrived, and she's kind of required. You know. Just a moment. That is a good idea, Sansu. A thing that sort of is relevant to my to my leveling guide. Part of the reason why I have all these recommendations for things you can do while you wait for queues is specifically because when you're power leveling jobs, it's often that you have already done everything else you can do. But for example, you could go and get those ether currents while in dungeon queue, as you suggest. You could go and do other stuff. You could go and level a gatherer while you wait for the queue, if that's what you wanted. But if you have everything else done, that's when I go, well, you could do some Beast Tribe quests, you could do some fates, you could do some hunting logs, I guess, when you have nothing else left. And Kvasari, I didn't remember that it was 4.4 either, so don't worry about it. Last time I had to think about it was when my best friend reached this point, and I was sitting there in anticipation like, has the thing happened yet?
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this, Han.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dothal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way. The way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies. And such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
Oh no. This is a very annoying song. Let me just do this. Sorry about that, guys. The reason I'm doing it is because this particular song has a tendency to result in me having to write a counterclaim. It's a little annoying. I'm sorry about that. It's not as epic without the music.
In death do our souls sing!
The reason is that that particular song has been played in a certain orchestra, and that certain orchestra uses an automatic system to claim on music that they do have the right on, but they happen to claim that song too. Yeah, exactly, Kozari. I've had to write counter claims twice because of it so far. It's not that it is really a problem, it's just really annoying and a lot of wasted time. And if I can avoid having to do that simply by turning off the music, then I will avoid that. I will simply do that and leave it. We don't need this song. We will survive without it. She just keeps getting stronger. She's insane. I'll destroy the entire step before I let you win.
In death do our souls sing!
Do they sing at any other time, Sadu? Perhaps? I think that enemy got the point.
Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so! Come! We have only just begun.
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever.
No, actually the mole rule right now.
Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oranir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Insolent child. You will learn your place!
Forgive me, Brother Magni, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
Cool.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
He's excited.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this. But if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
So who am I controlling? I can't remember. The older. What a title. Let's see here. A healer again, by the way. Stone. Arrow. Cure. And Aether Well. Well. And also Santo. I think that actually I've heard a lot that Stormblood is underrated. And a lot of people actually like it. It's just that if you focus a lot on the people that are vocal about not liking it, it gives the impression that that it's not very liked. My character's older than Magni. Well, I am focusing on Magni here. I just want to give you a little hand. It's a DPS game, you see. And it does look like getting attacked from multiple places.
Bow down before me.
Bruh. Can you stop with saying that, Ian? That is true. Vieira is supposed to be surprisingly old. Oh, whoops. Or at least they can be really old.
Mark well and learn. Concentrate.
My face swells with the passion of the Baduga. Every last drop I give to you. Are you? What are you implying? What are you implying?
Bow down before me.
Mark well and learn.
before me!
And then he just quietly shuffles out.
Tremble before the sun!
Oh, if you're taking care of it, let's make sure you're fully healed then. That's very ominous when you don't even when you can't have no music for it.
To me. Have at you.
What grace is this?
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat. 'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield. What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy. It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
You stole her. Why?
She's just been so indifferent to this whole situation.
Are you my Nama?
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love.
How did you know that? You didn't receive any of the healing.
Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain. Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
I am not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
I have a feeling that there's a little bit of a sound cue we missed there. in the music that isn't on, but I'm sorry about that. I'll turn on the music after this cutscene.
Little?
Little?
Little son! Little son!
By the way, I want that belly laugh emote.
Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
We have wasted enough time here. Siren awaits for word of our success.
Well, you see, cool people don't look at explosions, and your stole has basically made an explosion here of rage and emotion. Little son! Now then, now we can go back to having music. Whoops. The thing is that I have had that song, specifically that caused the problem, play previously. The problem is when it plays for several minutes, like in an extended battle. But if it just appears for like 1 minute, then it's typically not a problem. But that fight with Sato was extremely long, and the fight with Magni was also long, and I'm pretty sure it would have the same song playing. Which is why I didn't turn on the music again. You had not only to contend with Sato, but Magni too? Such a fierce battle that must have been, yet here you stand, triumphant. Having passed such a test, they could not well deny you their allegiance. The mole will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our being. You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes of the steppe, there's none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answers from all the tribes. I cannot thank you enough, Serena. None of this would have been possible without you. That is true. We have the requisite consent. 'Tis time to put Nama's power to use. If the ether flows as planned, all that remains is to have the ironworks engineers do their work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the house of the crooked coin. I like that every time we leave, our character makes a point of waving goodbye to Serena. Oh yeah, here's a funny little story. So I recall that when I picked up the game again, which was when I picked the game up again, that led to Shadowbringers. I seem to recall that one of the first main quest things I did was the Alphino fight, and that's specifically because I remember being slightly miffed that I had just gotten back and I had hardly had a chance to play my rotation, and then I get dragged into this encounter where I'm controlling someone else. And I believe I played... that all of this content was already in the game by then. Which means that I had played up to Castrum Fluminis at some point. But I'm not actually sure now that I think about it. Maybe I also did Castrum Fluminis when I returned. Interesting. When I played the first time, Lighthouse existed. Anyway, that was more to fill the time when I ran up here. I shall begin at once. You may wish to step back.
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
I wonder if this would cause some effect to the bountifulness of the step. I do not pretend to understand what you did, Yustola, but you did it. Thanks to you, and Caetsu of course, we have taken a momentous step towards securing our defenses. Now, as much as I believe a rest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Agreed. The others may already have returned from their missions, and I wouldn't know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado then. You know, it's a good thing that Magni is of the sun, because if he wasn't used to being on fire all the time, it might actually really have hurt his pride. Oh wait, it did anyway. Judging by your triumphant expressions, I take it all went well on the Asim step. Indeed, we have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tatara and I have commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. You need only say the word. I thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The minutiae of the arrangement you may leave to me. Which just leaves the small matter of our alliance. So, Yugiri and Hakuro, how fared were you with our neighbors? My lord, all of the factions we approached an agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively to talk of an alliance. From Hingashia and Tsuinosato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected, then. Well, there is not to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that were amenable to an alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I have attended to that, I believe we will have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses. For the time being, at least. All of which means I may leave for the meeting in Alamigo with a lighter heart. Yugiri, Hakuro, if you would be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. Yugiri, Hakuro, and other guy. My friends, we could not have achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, then. I took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should have arrived in the Alamecan quarter by now. Then let us not keep him waiting, shall we? Oh no, the labyrinth again. Oh dear. I feel like if there was ever a zone that I needed to unlock flying in, it would be this one. Just in this small area specifically. It is the most city-like city in the game. A tightly packed city at least. Y'shtola has told me all, and I duly told Urianger and Kryl. Kryl in particular was concerned about Alphino, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being on the condition that I contact her the moment there is any development. So that leaves 4 of us to attend the council. Arnwall is here to assist with security, incidentally, though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alphino, I expect. But it's almost time. As soon as you're ready, present yourself to the guardsman at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. The scions of the 7th Dawn. Welcome to Alamigo. The Alliance leaders have already arrived. May I show you to the meeting chamber? Upon proceeding to the royal palace, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. This is the 2nd time tonight. It didn't feel that long when they did it the first time. Oh right, this one.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the 7th Dawn have played in bringing all of us together. In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Alphino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
You have an idea?
Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varys' first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Doma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
history must be changed.
Who is this?
Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
There's a voice.
Spies in our midst? Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Is it over?
Master Thancred!
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alize and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul. That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether, a consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian La Hebrea. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys. but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
Oh boy. Now we're technically starting on the events that lead to Shadowbringers. In 4.4. I just tried to call Urianger on his Nickpill. He didn't respond, but I dare to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. Ah, Urianger, something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapsed. A disembodied voice suddenly stopped. What? But that's... We should talk about this in person. Oh, alright. We'll meet you there. That was Urianger. He heard the voice too. In Thanalan? As we alone were afflicted at the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Urianger, there can be little doubt. The Scions were targeted specifically. But whom and to what end is the question, one to which we must find an answer with all possible haste. Exactly, who knows? Maybe he'll call again. Maybe he will call again. You've learned the emote Endure. What does that look like? Urianger agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard the voice, we'll find out soon enough. Good luck. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the Elder Seedseer, but if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, alright? Promise me. Right. Let's be on our way. Oh, right. You just remembered something that is related to what's coming next.
Urianger! Gods, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity,
But the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed, I shall make it my task to... The voice. It calleth to me once more.
I hear it too.
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola! Urianger!
Throw wide the gates.
Yeah.
No! No, this can't be happening! Y'shtola! Urianger! Open your eyes! Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
Oh boy. 3 down. Forgive me, that was an unseemly display.
It happened before your very eyes, my lady. None here would have behaved any differently. We have borne the two of them to a private chamber, but tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languages in a like state in Alamigo?
I'm afraid so. Though, given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. I will send word to Lise that he should be brought here.
Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades, and how it may be cured. Thus will we rouse them, no matter what.
That we will, Hori. That we will. But first things first, our comrades will have questions. May I ask that you explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. Oh, I promised I'd visit someone in Limsa. He's been waiting at Maelstrom Command for a while now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you.
What a random case of, oh boy, look at the time. I had this scheduled for weeks, she says. It sounds like.
As you've probably guessed, it's Garbo we've come to see. The private here will bring him out to us. Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can, and after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain. Nameless private, bring out the Garbo.
Here he is, my lady.
Gabu, it's been too long.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear.
You still have me?
And for that I am grateful. I don't know what I would do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on, we have friends to save.
Let's return to the Rising Stones and take it from there. Thanks again for agreeing to come. It meant a lot to me. Well, this is the last quest of 4.4, so that means that it is the last quest we will be doing tonight. And then we can continue onwards next week. And we are a little bit over time. But that's okay. We spent a lot of time talking about different things tonight. I did some thinking on the way back, and I think Hori is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own experts on such matters, but they're both among the stricken. I will begin by reaching out to the myriad guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Minfilia had a wealth of connections between them, and I mean to explore those avenues too. We'll need to find a way to save everyone, mark my words. We'll find a way to save everyone, mark my words. Much and more has happened in recent days, some of it for the good, some not so. But all around me, people continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Alphino to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire, they march on in the face of great adversity. Bearing heavy burdens, everyone is playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most. Unlike my size, but so I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll visit from time to time, and I promise I'll have good tidings to share with you when you do. Do we have a meanwhile? We do have a meanwhile. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
I should be the one to sigh. I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree? What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms. You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it. Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The founding father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos. Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty. To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power, and there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alag.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices. Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine. Lest you forget you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You of all people should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
Meanwhile, at a resistance encampment, somewhere in the Empire. What in the world? Oh. Dead. All dead. Yet I see no wounds, nor any evidence of battle. Damn them. They finally used it. The Empire developed an alchemical weapon in Gyrbania,
a gas. Black rose, it was called, and to breathe it is to breathe your last.
And that did this?
I thought the project abandoned, and its vile fruit destroyed, but naught else could have wrought such an atrocity. Fools, what do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can they not see that a rule worn through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay, wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters. The Asians, it cannot be a coincidence that their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord.
Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Asians and put an end to their plot.
And there we are. The reason I thought it was so funny when when he got shot was that you could just hear like the shot, and then you could hear from off screen like the fubba 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 of his corpse rolling down the stairs. And then it was just the cherry on top was the complete ridiculousness of his facial expression as he finished his role. It was very well engineered to be funny. I think this could work. Nah. It's better if we do something else. Even if we have the new emote. That could work. That's a good one. That is really good. That looks almost cartoony in its own right. Like Alice is staring down at me, not impressed. And then there's just big wink to the camera. Now, one thing is missing. It's a bit strong. It's a little bit less strong. That works. And now, the stage is set. This is good. There we go. As usual, if you have any questions or anything you would like to talk about before we finish the stream, this is a very good time to do so. Otherwise, the one thing that I have on the table is that this one time, for once, it is actually not in the pinned comment. However, there is a community Discord, which I have written down, which is why I opened that. A written down permanent invite link, you see. Yeah, there is a community Discord
And if you would like to communicate with some of the people that you may have seen on the stream, it might be easier to find them on that Discord server. Similarly, I will probably be there to be found. We also have a bunch of rooms for different stuff, including memes and sharing music with each other or sharing the glamour of your character. Lots of fun stuff, but most importantly, there is a dedicated room for the weekly schedules, which if you normally find it difficult to get those passed to you by the YouTube algorithm, then having the Discord server to show it to you every week when it comes out, then it's easier to find it. Similarly, whenever I post anything, plan a stream, post a video, post a short, there's a dedicated room for that. So it might be easier to track when things are happening on the server or on YouTube, on the YouTube channel, if you are on the server. So if you would like to have that, then I would invite you to join. However, it is of course optional, completely optional. Thank you, Adam, and I hope you enjoy your stay. It isn't the most aggressively talkative place, but it is very good for tracking things, or if you have something you would like to talk about with the community, the YouTube channel. And if anyone's sitting here wondering why I'm taking extra pictures, I'm taking one for the weekly schedule, in fact. And that is everything that I had. And since there was no one that added any questions, we have talked about a lot of different things. Yeah, so that is understandable. However, I still want to say thank you all so much for watching along. It was a lot of interesting conversations we had throughout the stream, which is probably the reason why it somehow took us longer to deal with 2 shorter patches than it did last week. But I don't really have anything else left to add. So, as I say, thank you all so much for watching, and good night, or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And that just leaves us that we have to put Smol Caetsu here to bed. So we say good night to Smol Caetsu. And that will be the stream. Again, thank you all so much for watching. See you all next week. Good night.